Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a good night rest after a long and fruitful day yesterday and the nice evening activity we had here with the reception, but also particularly the music that we had here. Thanks again to the organizers for this very nice, entertaining evening. Now we go back to work. This morning, we will start with some sort of summary of how far we went in terms of preparing the declaration and the Citizens Action Plan. And to do that, I would like to call on David to give us a reading of what we have been able to achieve so far and progress made on the declaration draft. David?
Well, as some of us, there was lots of new information that came out yesterday, which we could use in the Tallinn Declaration. And so those of you who have seen the document before, and I'm an old-fashioned man, so there was much, from the document that you had seen before, there was much more emphasis on the need to recognize the changing global challenges that we have been experiencing in the last 18 months. And also, there has been quite a change in the document recognizing the importance of Richard Wilson's Global Assembly program, and this has greatly influenced the declaration we have. So really is much more emphasis now on institutional change. You remember Richard Wilson, from his experience, really argues that the way in which governments respond to the messages from the peoples, from people like us, are institutional in their response and have not been satisfactory. There has to be more of a people-driven program, and that is why we support fully the introduction of well-tried and novel public consultation fora and mechanisms, such as Richard's Global Citizens Assembly. And then we go on to stress a few points, 6 key elements of the United Nations 75 Declaration agreed by governments last year. Number 1, to re-equip the United Nations, providing it with the infrastructure to work more closely with the peoples of all nations across the world. You'll remember that the UN tried to do this last year, despite the opposition of governments, and the project was pretty successful, but it was something that the UN Secretariat had to fight our governments to do to reach people like us. To leave no one behind by ensuring at all times that its participants are representative of the global population, allowing all to participate, leading to their own local events. Again, local initiatives must be encouraged. To build trust by encouraging participants to set the Assembly's agenda and to agree the proposals. To improve digital cooperation, leveraging digital tools inclusive of all voices. And to listen to and to work with youth, activating youth as agents of change on their own terms. And finally, to place women and girls at the center so that new infrastructures are explicitly designed to positively discriminate, Some other important initiatives we urged support for. Late last night, we showed our concern for the protection of the global commons, and we're disappointed that the Biodiversity Summit, COP15, should have been in Beijing, has now been further delayed. The increased use of preventive diplomacy to encourage peaceful, democratic, sustainable development must be encouraged, and the remit of the UN Peacebuilding Commission, too long stifled by the UN Security Council, should be strengthened. And then the encouragement of mainstreaming in innovative partnership programs is both an opportunity and an obligation for states and communities. But even so, local initiatives should be encouraged, not dominated from above. And finally, and this might be controversial, we reflected on the challenges facing the city of Narva, our host, over these days. It is a metaphor for the challenge. Once a prosperous community, but like many others worldwide, crippled through international competition. However, if the most ambitious outcomes of COP26 are realized, if they happen, that this town's sole remaining income from fossil fuel reserves might be completely eliminated, all for the wider good of the world. Can we leave this city without caring about that? No. When we return to our homes, we must not forget Narva, allowing it to become a metaphor for failure to uphold the SDG commitment, leave no one behind. It's not just people, it can be complete communities. Then we discussed the ambitious outcome of COP26 in Glasgow, halting and reversing the impact of the climate and ecological emergency. Some of you will have seen these points before, noting that SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, and SDG 13, climate action, remind us the importance of measures to address climate change should be enforceable at local, national, and international levels. No point talking about them if they cannot be enforceable. The climate and ecological emergency must be integrated at all levels, and aspects of education as required or assessed subject. There must be accurate, accessible climate data. There must be legislation to limit and eventually ban the use of fossil fuels and any other activity with a climate impact, brackets, remember, Narva. There must be recognition that the green economy will only be affordable when government ensures it can be widely introduced. There must be a communication strategy for every climate-related initiative before regulation is enforced, to ensure awareness and time for people and companies to prepare for change. Culture and the performing arts can be used as an educational tool to promote sustainability and behavior. Yeah, we reviewed yesterday the Nordic Council's circular business model, applauding its intention to encourage an innovative approach providing sustainable growth, and the mechanisms in the toolkit, for instance, the Circular Economy Playbook. And we look forward to following its introduction in Nordic states, and also checking how it might apply to other nations. We examined the principles of social entrepreneurship and its potential benefit to the community as exercised by impact finance. You remember that presentation from France. but all dependent on the need for a change of approach by banks. We welcomed the Estonian government's plan to integrate the implementation of the SDGs at all levels, using indicators to measure its own governments. The Estonian people should be able to follow the progress of that plan. And finally, we heard how Asian cities in different nations had joined in innovative common environment-related challenges, learning from each other, and how nations are doing so also. Maybe we can learn in Europe. Finally, we looked at smart communities, and we've been impressed by the manner in which the Estonian government and its communities have embraced the advantages of smart communities, implementing the vision and planning objectives by adopting prescriptive rules and regulations, as well as incentives that encourage the public and private pursuit of agreed objectives. We noted what else these did, and we looked at SDG 11, cities, towns and villages, how they must be inclusive, safe, resilient and sustainable. But there is an important toolkit which was shared also, and this we have suggested is placed in the action plan. Finally, we thank our hosts, Estonia, for its warm hospitality. And 2021 is an important point. It's exactly 100 years ago that that Estonia joined the League of Nations. In 1989, in 1989, there was the famous mass demonstration, the human chain across the three republics. And when we arrived here, we met a group of 4 grandmothers from Latvia who had been part of that project in 1989. 1991, Estonia regained its independence, admitted to the United Nations, and now it is a member of the UN Security Council. Hello, Estonia. Hello, everybody. That's my report.
Thank you very much, David, and also a warm word of appreciation to all the members of your team for the work that you have been able to accomplish with this declaration. And I think it reflects the ideas and the proposals that have been debated and discussed during our sessions. But I encourage everyone to, if you have comments and further ideas, to be in touch with David on the declaration. Now, our second document deals with the Citizens Action Plan. And John Kosarewski, ready? Okay, John?
You decide. So yesterday with our group, in order to propose a more practical implementation of all the guidelines decided in the Tallinn Declaration, we focused primarily on the climate change, where we obviously decided that funds, greater public funds, are absolutely key to support social enterprises, who are here the main actors in this whole battle. Then education was also for us an important topic, where we discussed for actually quite a long time how it would be possible to integrate a sustainability curriculum in schools. We actually decided that the best introduction in this sort of such a curriculum would be introduce workshops incrementally. If we start to allow teachers to learn how to teach to children the battle against climate change through workshops and give them the right toolkits so they can really tailor their own program to their own school. That could be a much more efficient way rather than force an entire school to adopt this whole curriculum without this phase of adaptation. And we're also thinking that this sustainability curriculum could be integrated in all the education programs in as many subjects as possible, from primary school to university, in very diverse subjects such as biology, geography, economy, physics, history, and pretty much everything. Another very important factor here was also the grassroots movements, and especially family-based initiatives where both parents and the children would be able to get involved in this movement. And here the Green Family initiative from Egypt was actually used as a model. We really enjoyed this. Then when it comes to advocacy, who are the people that we can convince that climate change is as urgent as it is today? Unfortunately, many climate change deniers are actually lost. They're actually not willing to communicate at all and to even listen to what other people can say to them. This is why the main people that we should focus on is the people who have a hesitant stance on this whole issue. They must be at the very, very center of all the advocacy campaigns. And it's really key here again to convince these people that there is a very strong link between actually the present and the future. It's not only about the future, it's also happening right now. And yeah, here we also decided that micro-targeting, which is provided by the social media today, can be very useful for this practical implementation of such advocacy campaigns. And another also important actor here, it's obviously corporations, who need to be forced to introduce mandatory disclaimers which will allow the clients and everyone to actually see and verify the source and the carbon footprint of each of their product. Increasing taxation was also described as some very useful stick, not a carrot here, for all the non-sustainable products. So yeah, just increasing taxation and penalties would be useful here. And another deposit system for industrial garbage could be also reviewed and made more up-to-date with the more efficient collection and refund of all reusable packages. And here Lithuania was actually presenting a very interesting example where 90% of the wastes were actually recycled, which is a great success that should be used as an inspiration for other countries as well. Then the smart communities. Smart communities are obviously one of the big topics that we're trying to address here. And it was all about actually finding and fostering what we called productive competition, productive contests, where the most sustainability-oriented cities could be rewarded with sort of grants. So here the example of Lahti, I think, in Finland, was very interesting, where the city in Finland was the winner of the contest of smart communities and was receiving very actually good reward for this sort of collective effort. And it's obvious that this sort of competition now will have to be based on very clear measurement mechanisms so we can be sure that each SDG here is pursued in a very efficient way. So companies also obviously will need to be incentivized to enter in this smart community building process. Another point was also introduced what we call youth capital rewards, where we have around us many young talents who simply need more financial support to actually translate into direct action all their projects and very bright ideas. And finally, last but not least, the North-South cooperation remains also key in this whole process, where it's very essential to have international projects, to learn from other countries what is happening in their, what is happening locally in these other countries. And it will be all about actually also really developing these smart communities in places where the infrastructure, the appropriate infrastructure is still lacking. So that's pretty much it. We will still discuss the part of the institutional changes a bit later on. So please feel free to let me know. Actually, we really need as many, ideas from different countries, because it's really the value of this whole conference is to have, such a great diversity of people who can propose local initiatives from their own country. So please feel free to get in touch with me and propose me some bright ideas. That would be very welcomed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jean. Again, another very good document. I think we are on the right track. The document was really comprehensive in terms of the variety of segments. It has incorporated businesses, industries, governments, citizens, youth, just about every one of the social segments is there. Very practical proposals, combining sticks and carrots, as was mentioned, and also actions both at the national and international levels. So that's we're looking really forward to seeing both documents in their finalized version. And again, as Jean was saying, we will be delighted if you continue providing both working groups with your ideas and proposals so we can continue enriching both of them. Well, thank you very much, Jean and David, for the work. And now we move to the second item on our agenda for this morning. And we will have 3 keynote speakers this morning, and they will be talking to us about aspects of digitalization. Our first speaker is Ambassador Toru Morikawa, Executive Director of Asia-Europe Foundation. Good morning.
Good morning, Pele. Thank you so much for the I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this important conference and the host, Pyramid Society for Child Development, for having the presence of Asia Europe Foundation at this conference. Unfortunately, due to the travel restrictions posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, like some other participants, we are unable to be physically present at the conference. Personally, it is really a pity that I cannot try the late break together with Estonian team. Despite that, I hope that the conversations and the knowledge sharing have been and will continue to be very insightful and fruitful. Distinguished participants, allow me to first give a brief introduction on ASEP. ASEP is an intergovernmental, not-for-profit organization located in Singapore. Founded in 1997, it is the sole permanent institution of the Asia-Europe meeting, ASEM process. Our organization promotes understanding, strengthens the relationships, and facilitates cooperation among the people, institutions, and organizations of Asia and Europe on matters of importance for these two regions. One of our core programs, the Asia-Europe Environment Forum, focuses on the issues related to environment and climate change faced by the 51 ASEAN member countries in Asia and Europe. Distinguished participants, at this juncture, the global consumption and production trends use resources equivalent to 1.7 Earths. Human activity has altered almost 75% of the Earth's land surface, and approximately 1 million animal and plant species are threatened with extinction. The degradation of the natural world is already undermining the well-being of 40% of humanity. Climate change, on the other hand, is no longer an invisible threat that could be ignored. The recent floods, which devastated part of the world, including Europe, and rising sea levels forcing coastal cities to fortify coastal defenses, are bleak reminders of why global concerted action is important. Distinct participants. Although there are already existing frameworks by the United Nations and G20 on the environment and climate change, Asia-Europe dialogue and cooperation on these issues is crucial. Now more than ever, representing 60% of the global population, 65% of global economy, and 55% of global trade. Our collective actions toward environmental and climate protection have a huge potential to effect positive change. Unfortunately, from recent figures, 7 out of the top 10 countries with the largest total biocapacity deficit globally are part of the ASEAN member countries, where the top 20 emitters of carbon dioxide are responsible for 78% of the total global emissions. 11 of those are from ASEAN member countries, 6 of which are part of the top 10 positions. Distinguished participants, despite that, now is not the time to blame. There is a need to acknowledge and understand the diversity in Asia and Europe among developed and developing countries, and even among the developed nations themselves. Among countries who benefited from the first and second industrial revolutions, and those who are developed comparatively recently, where some countries prioritize reducing emissions in their national plans, others may have to prioritize access to electricity. Where some countries prioritize circularity, others may prioritize GDP growth fueled by production and consumption. The perspective of what matters the most may drastically change depending on whether you are in Asia or in Europe. It may also change intra-regionally, for example, between Eastern and Western Europe and between countries in Southeast Asia. That all the countries are facing a common crisis. This is why Asia-Europe dialogue is important. Even though priorities may differ, collaborative learning and understanding and development of practical and technical knowledge ought to happen between and even within the continent. For example, countries successful in transitioning to green economy can impart their experience, help build capacity for developing countries, decoupling their economic growth from environmental degradation and increasing resource efficiency. Distinguished participants, it is also important to recognize that dialogue is a cooperative two-way conversation where both parties have valuable input to bring to the table. Asia-Europe dialogue is not just about developed countries teaching developing countries on how to be better. It is also about what developed countries can learn from developing ones. For example, from the thriving ecotourism industry in the Southeast Asia region. It can also cast light on and inspire practical strategies for problems exacerbated by inequality and lack of accountability. For example, high emission production factories meeting demands of a consumerist society, as well as the shipping and dumping of plastic waste to developing countries. Distinguished participants, the ASEAN framework is useful to enhance such dialogues. As such, there is a high value in revitalizing the ASEAN Environmental Ministers meeting. ASEAN, with its unique position as the sole permanent institution for the ASEAN process, is ready to be de facto secretariat for the ASEAN Environmental Ministers meeting. The meeting will be an important opportunity for leaders in Asia and Europe to reach a political understanding on the role the two continents play in environment and climate protection. With that, I conclude my remarks. Thank you once again for this opportunity, and I wish for a fruitful discussion. Aita. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for this presentation. Very insightful and very enriching, and I think it will find its way to our conference documents and proceedings. Thank you again. We appreciate the approach, talking about that today it's not the time, or it's no longer the time for blame, but for understanding and for working together. We need to take the issue as a global issue, which it is, and maybe we need to sit down and initiate a very deep dialogue to see how we can find together solutions, workable solutions that will be the benefit of everyone, not dividing the world international community into developed and developing nations. So thank you very much. Appreciate your intervention this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now I call on our second keynote speaker, and that is Marina Kaljurand. Member of European Parliament, Chair of the Global Commission on Stability of Cyberspace. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And it's a real pleasure to be part of this very important discussion. Thank you for having me. I'm really sorry I can't be in person with you today. I'm connecting from a small island in the Baltic Sea, and I was just listening to Ambassador Morikawa and wondering what digital and ICT solutions can do from Singapore to small island in Baltic Sea in a couple of seconds. And Ambassador, if you're still online, I'd like to say that I visited your country and I have admired the developments in the field of digitalization that your country has done. And I know that bilaterally, Estonia and Singapore are cooperating very closely. So Ambassador, I'd also like to thank you for your excellent remarks. To start my remarks, I have to be personal. You are in Narva. My mother was born in Narva. She was born in Narva in 1925. And she still tells me about the city, how beautiful it was with its parks, with the river, with the wonderful architecture. Narva has seen difficult times. And I'm proud that I can see how Narva is now reviving its history, is coming to the greatness that it deserves, and is becoming the city it used to be before the Second World War. I also listened very carefully to the reports that were presented by the previous speakers, and I completely share the concerns about the future of Narva, especially with Green Deal, with Digital Deal. But I think that it also gives an excellent opportunity for Narva, for Sina, for the northeastern part of Estonia to become the promoters, to become the examples of new technologies that serve the Green Deal. Narva can be an example for the whole of Europe, for the whole world, if we try and if we do. And coming from the European Parliament, I can assure you that EU has thought about inclusiveness, about not leaving anybody behind. There are funds available, which means that in many cases, it's up to the governments and it's up to the local authorities to be quick, to be smart, to take the best advantage of the funds available. Now coming to digital cooperation. I'm a grandmother, and one might say I'm a lawyer by education. At the moment, I'm a politician by profession, but for more than 20 years, I was in Estonian Foreign Service, serving as Estonian Foreign Minister, but also serving as Estonian ambassador to 6 countries, including Russia, United States, Israel. And somehow, now I'm dealing with cyber. So that's the first stereotype I'd like to break. Cyber is not only for smart boys and men and IT geeks. Cyber and the ICT revolution is part of our life. It's not going to disappear, and I'm happy that it's not going to disappear. So it's up to us how we take, how we use the advantages that the use of ICTs provide, and how seriously do we take the challenges that it provides. In 2007, when my country fell under cyber attacks, I was Estonian ambassador to Russia. I was in Moscow, and one of my duties was to start and find ways of cooperation with Russian authorities. I failed them. As you all know, it takes 2 to tango. But we learned our lessons from 2007, not only us Estonians, but I would argue the whole world. And maybe 2 of the main lessons I'd like to talk about are inclusiveness, multi-stakeholder model, and I'm afraid I lost you for a second. Can you can hear me? Excellent. So I'll continue. First of all, cooperation. Digital world can't be successful without cooperation. And when I say cooperation, I mean it on all levels, starting with close cooperation with neighbors and concluding with the United Nations, the only body of that kind that we have internationally. But we have to be very realistic, and we have to understand what do we want or what do we expect from different bodies. I have had the chance of representing Estonia in the United Nations in the group of governmental experts on the cooperation on the use of ICTs. And I was also a member of UN Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation. So I can see that we have an ideological division within the United Nations. We also have division between developed and developing world. That's a reality, which means that we have to put very clear aims. SDGs are crucial here. And in digital cooperation, I see that confidence building, awareness raising, education, capacity building are the keys, are the cornerstones of international cooperation. There is always the question of rights. There is also the question of applicability of international law to cyber. Unfortunately, here we are very good with words and not so much with deeds. Unfortunately, we've been not able to completely agree. What does it mean? The slogan that we always repeat, national law applies to cyber. Yes, we've made this step, but we haven't gone further. Unfortunately, even the Security Council has not discussed cybersecurity in depth. It did it under Estonia's chairmanship with ARIA formula, which is the informal meeting of the Security Council. But we haven't seen in-depth, serious discussions of applicability of cybersecurity and cybersecurity as such in the Security Council. Inclusiveness. When we talk about digitalization, use of ICTs to repeat human-centeredness. It has to be in the interests of human and it has to serve humans. But also the decision-making process, the commitments, the obligations. I apologize for these disconnections. Even Estonia's internet is not perfect. But as I said, I'm on a remote island. So inclusiveness. It's not only the governments that have the responsibility and should take the responsibility of digital development. For the first time in the history of mankind, cybersecurity and digital topics are not only the realm of governments. And here I fully agree what was said by the previous rapporteurs, and especially on involvement of other stakeholders and of listening to people. Because in the end, the future of digital cooperation, the future of digital cooperation depends on trust. Depends on trust among people, trust between states and private sector, trust between private sector and governments, and all the other players in the field. That's why the inclusiveness should take very seriously public-private partnership. There are several organizations, several conferences that have underlined importance of that. And in this context, I'd like to remind the Paris Call for Security and Cyberspace, but also the Global Commission that I chaired until I was elected to the European Parliament. We underlined the importance of multi-stakeholder model. When we talk about multi-stakeholderism, we usually talk about industry, private sector, academia, IT people, civil society. I'd like to add also two more tracks, politicians and people. Why politicians? Because the legislation of digital world depends on the level of understanding of politicians. And the earlier we engage them into the discussion of digital topics, I would argue the better for the legislation, the better for the future. And my very final remarks are about regional cooperation. Regional cooperation for Estonia means, first of all, NATO, EU, but also OSCE. And when I was pretty skeptical about applicability of international law, about new norms, about new pieces of international law on the United Nations agenda, I think that progress can be made regionally. And I think that EU has played and should play a leading role in this process. I hope you all have heard about the GDPR, the protection of privacy of the EU citizens and residents. It was severely criticized at the beginning, but I would argue that today it's a landmark. It's an example for many other legislations in other countries, in other nations, and international organizations. Now, when we look at the EU with digital developments, I very much hope that also in other fields like creation of AI, like digital single market, like digital ID, EU can play and should play a leading role. But leading role means not going alone. Leading role means inclusiveness, means involving all other partners. The EU is crucial to be part of capacity building and confidence building within all other nations and with all other nations who want to cooperate with us. I conclude my remarks here. Once again, I'd like to apologize for the poor connection, but it does not depend on me. And I'm looking forward to the future, to the discussions to follow. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It was despite the fact that we had a couple of interruptions, but I wanted to thank you for this very clear and very insightful presentation. And I think it touches upon not only the opportunity, but also the challenges that lie ahead in terms of the cyberspace future. But also it underlines the necessary components to guarantee its development in a more harmonious and certainly fruitful way. I take from your presentation some avenues, and I think that you have underlined. You talked about cooperation at all levels, and I think this is what we have been, one of the items that we have been discussing and debating in our conference. So I'm very, very pleased to hear it coming from you in your own experience, as much as also I'm very happy to hear you speak about trust, building trust between government people, government business, government and stakeholders. I think this is something, this is a topic for all of us to be concerned with, to be interested in, and certainly to be fully aware of the challenges that it brings with it. So thank you very much again for this presentation. And now we have a third presentation, and it's my pleasure to call Jenny Kaupila from the United Nations Association of Finland. You have the floor.
Hello, good morning. I'm happy to be with you virtually, unfortunately. And my presentation is about SDGs, the HLPF this year, and the implementation of SDGs in Finland. And I hope to share a presentation with you, if that's possible. Let me see. Can you see it now? If you can just say. Yep, I think you can see it since I don't hear anything. Okay, so I will start my presentation from the beginning. Sorry, just a second. So yeah, here we go. So achieving the SDGs by 2030, challenges and solutions, and I'm talking about the case of Finland. As you all know, the 17 goals are universal, individual, and ambitious. And we talk about the 5 Ps, which are the people, planet, peace, prosperity, and partnership. And in the context of looking at all these different aspects to sustainable development, we at the UNA Finland have used the symbol of that house. The house is like a puzzle. There's the piece in the middle, which is the part that everybody has to do. So it's their own role. It's also the partnerships. How do you get the pieces together? You see that the base is on green. So that's the ecological base of social and economic development. And then there's a very good metaphor that our former president Tarja Halonen has used a lot. She says that there are 17 doors to the same house, and none of them are separate from each other. So they all lead to the same place. So it doesn't matter from which aspect you come into, but you come to see the whole picture of the house of the SDGs. It was already 2019 when the General Assembly of the UN decided that we need more transformational change. So Decade of Action for Sustainable Development was begun. And after that, as we all know, things has got even more challenging with COVID-19. And the interlinkages between the goals have become more obvious than ever before. Global Sustainable Development Report, published in 19 outlined the 4 alarms: climate change, biodiversity loss, rising inequalities, and rising waste production, especially plastic and electronic waste. And these are the issues that if we don't tackle them, we will not achieve the other SDGs either. And of course, now the pandemic has even more shown us that the success of other SDGs is threatened if we fail with one of the SDGs. Shortly go to the results of this year's high-level political forum on sustainable development. Finland and Iraq were the co-facilitators of the ministerial declaration. And first of all, Secretary General's message at the HLPF was very strong. He lamented year 2020 being as the global annus horribilis, a year of death, disaster, and despair. But he brought the positive message of needing to move from death to health, from disaster to reconstruction, from despair to hope, and from business as usual to transformation. And sustainable development goals being the roadmap for the future. It's the common roadmap of all the countries agreed, and the solutions lie within transformative nature of the Agenda 2030. But it does not come if we just look at like picking the raisins kind of approach, as we say in Finland, that you do whatever most pleases you and is bringing you the results. So we have to look at all the challenges as well. The annual report of the Secretary General highlights some of the impacts of COVID-19. I take a few of the SDGs here. COVID-19 impacts on SDG 1, no poverty, is horrible. Even before 2020, the world was off track to end poverty by 2030, as the goal of Agenda 2030 is. But with the COVID-19, we have the first increase of global poverty in decades. More than 71 million people are pushed into extreme poverty, and this is due to the impact of COVID-19. The same goes with SDG 2, no hunger. Food insecurity was already on the rise, but the additional threat to food systems is severe. And I will not go through all the goals one by one. I'll just raise 3 more. I think those ones that are very impactful universally. One of them is education. Over 200 million children will be still out of school in 2030. COVID caused school closures that impacted 90% of all students, reversing years of progress on education. And as you see the interlinkages between the goals, this impacts especially the girls in developing countries, where many girls will not be able to return to schools even after they are opened, because families are having a hard time economically, and girls are being married off younger than usual, and this will prevent them from access to schooling. Also, simple things for us, like hand washing. Still 3 billion people worldwide are lacking basic hand washing facilities at home. The same applies to schools and even to hospitals. There are a lot of hospitals without access to hand washing facilities. And SDG 5 on gender equality and the rights of women and girls is an SDG on its own, but it's also a cross-cutting issue on the Agenda 2030. And there are many implications of that. Some are that, for example, lockdowns were increasing the risk of violence against women and girls. The cases of domestic violence increased by 30% in some countries. And also the fact that women are more typically on occasions relating to health and social work. So women account for 70% of those occupations worldwide. They are on the front lines to fight the coronavirus. Also, the burden of unpaid domestic care work has been on the rise. The ministerial declaration was achieved, and it was a big success because we have had now several years without the ministerial declaration due to the lack of possibility to vote in person. So if there were, like last year, there were some issues that were up to vote, and there were no technical possibilities for voting online. So we lacked the ministerial declaration. Now it was achieved. There were several issues that are controversial, and I highlight some of them. So Russia introduced 3 amendments which were voted but not approved. They were regarding climate change, gender equality, and the link between biodiversity and climate policies. Israel proposed deleting language on the right to self-determination of peoples living under colonial and foreign occupation, which is a classic under UN. It's always the case on the table. Governments voted to reject the proposal, and the ministerial declaration was then adopted by acclamation. But however, NGOs, which are here referred to major groups and other stakeholders, they issued a statement saying that the declaration lacked the necessary ambition and did not address the root causes of problems and not addressing the systematic barriers. So they were still really disappointed with the outcome. It's not addressing the problems at the speed that we need to have the solutions right now. And then a few words about the Finnish National SDG implementation framework. We have had the Sustainable Development Committee led by the Prime Minister for some years. The committee is already established in 1993, and it has been under the Prime Minister's office, I think, since 2016, if I remember correctly. In addition to the Development Committee, which is a multi-stakeholder committee, there is an interministerial coordination network. And now we have some of the innovations that I want to highlight. We have the science panels, one on SDGs, one on climate change. They are selected by the academia, like self-selected, and they advise the Development Committee and the interministerial work on these issues. Then we have Youth Agenda Group. It's also selected by the youth organizations, the representatives. They're like 20 youth from, I think, from 18 to 25 years old, or 18 to 28, something like that. I'm not sure of the ages, but it's a very vocal group, and they have been part of the climate change roundtable, for example, on the preparation of the new climate change law in Finland. And then there's a citizen panel, which I think is interesting to this event. I will talk more closely about that soon. And in addition to other things, as a looser structure, we have societal commitment, which means that anybody, individuals, communities, schools, companies, whoever wants to, can announce publicly how they are going to implement the SDGs, how they're going to measure it, and want to share it with others through the Development Committee's website. Finland has reported twice on its implementation of the SDGs, first in 2016 and last the previous year. Previous year, 2020, the part of the report was done by the NGOs and other stakeholders, so that each SDG was assessed independently by other stakeholders and by the state, and they were all put in the same publication without any kind of censoring or whatever inspection from the state side. So that was an interesting way of including the citizens more closely in the work. Some of the key policies and processes that we have had that I think are interesting for this seminar is that we had an independent evaluation of our national sustainable development policy, and the evaluation was really participatory in nature. So we had lots of different workshops and interviews with experts and people from ministries and stakeholders and so on. And as a result of the sort of the lessons learned and the way forward of the evaluation, it was also taken, Agenda 2030 was taken as the basis of governmental program. And the government is now reporting to the parliament every year. So this is involving the parliament more closely in the implementation. It's the Futures Committee that is in charge of the process in the parliament, and they have hearings with stakeholders and so on as well. Right now we are preparing the roadmap, Agenda 2030 roadmap, in addition to many other national roadmaps that we are doing. I am in the Sustainable Development Committee, and I can tell you the process started already last year, November. It has been really intensive process with lots of workshops, lots of independent work by the members of the Development Committee, and we have looked at the different streams. We have 6 streams that we have been looking at. They loosely follow the Global Sustainable Development reports streams, and now we are looking at the interlinkages, also doing some kind of a cross-feeding between the streams. Then we'll look at the whole outcome from Leave No One Behind perspective at the end, and to ensure that we haven't left out some perspectives that we still need to take into account. And then in October, November, it will be ready and presented to the government and to the parliament. And I already mentioned about the voluntary national reviews approach that we used, the whole of society approach. But I didn't mention the peer dialogue, which was used. So we got comments from Mozambique and Switzerland before reporting to HLPF. So those comments were very useful to further elaborate on the report. This is unfortunately in Finnish and might be very small for you to see from the screen, but it's just to show the citizens panel, how it worked. There were 500 people. This is the second citizens panel that has been organized, and it's organized by the National Development Committee, which is under the Prime Minister's office. 500 ordinary citizens are selected so that they are as representative as possible of different groups. And they are told to do kind of a SWOT analysis of Finland. This is the outcome of the SWOT analysis. So what is good, what needs to be strengthened, what is worrying, and where to attack, which means that how to improve. This is the biggest on the left down corner is to attack. So this is what worries people, and there's a lot of different things there. I will not go more in detail into that now. And then the results are also discussed in the National Development Policy Committee. And as the last part, I want to highlight, as you've been also talking in Narva, about the importance of local action. Local voluntary local reviews have been really on increase since when New York and Helsinki reported, for example, as among the first cities. Now in Finland, we have had Turku and Espoo, and I know that Tampere is now preparing one, and many other cities interested. And this has been quite interesting. Also, the Finnish Local and Regional Authorities Association has taken up like systematic dialogue with researchers and stakeholders, and especially people working for the cities and municipalities, how to improve the implementation of SDGs at the local level. What does it mean for them? What kind of tools there are, and how to share them solutions and challenges, just like what we are doing here now in this conference. So I find this process also very, very inspiring. Thank you so much. And you can be in touch. You have here now my contact details, and I wish you very fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny, for this presentation. This is another good example that comes to us from Finland. I think it's very inspiring. I really like the 5P program, and I think it shows how comprehensive it is and how focused at the same time it is set up. And also, I think the process that's been put in place, to me, it shows a very clear path, which starts with commitment, moves to awareness, then to implementation based on transparency and accountability. And I think these are the basic conditions for success. So that's another, as I said, another inspiring example that comes to us from Finland. All right, well, we conclude this first part of our second day conference. And now we move on to our panel, the first panel of the day, and it is on digital cooperation, how to improve it. Our experts will develop some ideas about how to ensure safe and affordable digital access for all. So let me start calling on our first speaker here, and that is Dr. Robert Krimmer. He is the chair professor of e-governance at the University of Tartu, and each speaker will have 5 to 7 minutes to make presentations. So at the end of the presentations, we can have an exchange and a discussion. Professor, the floor is yours.
So first of all, let me apologize that I'm only here virtually, but then again, you know, in COVID times, it's more a normal thing than the exception, it seems. But nevertheless, let me try to make use of the internet and allow me for my telepresence with you today to bring you some inputs in regards to what I believe is necessary when we talk about our digital future. Having been, despite the fact that I've been engaging quite a bit with digital, I would still consider myself as a digital immigrant. So someone that has still realized or understood and experienced the way how to deal with paper, and not only with digital means, but nevertheless, I started probably very early on with this transformation process of trying to get a hold of this digital sphere and of trying to see how can we actually master it and govern it. And exactly this element of trying to govern our digital sphere is really what is bothering me, and on the other hand is also driving my research. My research is actually focused around this digital transformation of trying to understand how does it really work. And one of the basic principles or one of the basic needs that we have is actually having internet access. Yeah. So we are in the lucky position here in Estonia that we consider the social right to have access to the internet. It's not enshrined in law, but nevertheless, you have probably seen it when you traveled to Narva, that you saw the traffic signs on the side of the road which said like internet 200 meters right. Something that I haven't seen in other countries, or where I have actually perceived this social right to be so imminent and so generally available. But when we talk about the internet, then we also have to understand that the internet is essentially a connection of local networks. Yeah. So the only thing that we can actually govern is our own digital realm. But as soon as it leaves our gateway, we are prone to whatever the others are ruling on us. Also, we don't know who is on the other side. So if we think back about the famous picture or the famous cartoon from the New Yorker, where you actually see a dog sitting in front of the computer, which has that nice tagline, you know, on the internet, nobody knows who's on the other side, or nobody knows that you're actually a dog, then this is unfortunately still true today. In Estonia, of course, again, it might be the exception because every resident has received an ID card, which allows him or her to identify univocally in any digital process who you are. It even allows you to sign contracts digitally within the framework of the European Union, where this digital signature is recognized all over. So those are really two essential elements. On the one hand side, having access, but on the other side, actually also knowing who you're dealing with. But in order to actually make that a worldwide phenomenon, then we would need to think, how can we make that happen? And one of the important things is actually to understand what the internet is. As I mentioned already before, the internet is essentially a local network that is connecting to other local networks around the world. And the only thing that we actually have to pay for is this connection of our local network to the other networks. And we don't know, or we don't get charged for when we access data on the other side of the world, because in the end, this is how it all runs together. So essentially, there is no central control, and this is actually the big power of the internet, but at the same time also the big weakness. Yeah, so the internet is actually not controlled by citizens. It's not controlled by non-governmental organizations. It's not even controlled by member states. It is actually run by companies to a large extent. Yeah, so we actually have some promising efforts like the multi-stakeholder approach, like the World Summit on Information Society or the Internet Governance Forum. But essentially, we lack instruments to govern the global data exchange of this internet. So in general, what many believe is that we just need to reinterpret existing rules, that we just need to apply the existing global rules also to the internet. But then we actually realized maybe there are some things that are actually different. And so at the very beginning of this more broader global transformation, actually there were some attempts to come up with legal instruments like the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. But we then have more turned back towards more regional instruments like the General Data Protection Regulation of the European Union, which then has actually shown that the data exchange and the control over the data exchange doesn't work, which we saw in Schrems 1 and Schrems 2. And so what do we need? We actually need a will to govern. We need a will that we can develop new rules that fit the digital age to actually protect the human rights also in this digital transformation. Do I have an answer on that? No, not yet. But that's something we're researching on, and that's something where we want to contribute, and that's why we want to engage in the debate. And so I'm really curious to hear further inputs from you, further ideas that you might have, other than that we continue with this connecting and we're only governing the local. So back to you, and I hope for some nice questions and hopefully some answers as well.
Thank you, Professor. This is a very good start. So already you got the ball rolling here with a very interesting but very, very important question, and I hope we can have some start at least to have some light on the way towards the solution to it. Thank you. Now I would like to call on Christina Mand, Senior Expert of eGovernance Academy, Estonia, to continue on the same subject. Christina?
Hello. I'm so happy I don't have to apologize that I'm not physically here. I live in Tallinn, but because I like Narva-Jõesuu so much, so I decided to spend my August here, and that's where I'm working from. So it was an easy 20-minute trip to come to Narva and spend the morning with you and the day in Narva, because when you get out of this place, eventually out of the dark room, there is a festival of different kind of preservatives and conserves. I don't know, call them like gems and jams and mushrooms and all that at the castle. So go and explore that later as well. But indeed, I work for eGovernance Academy. This is a foundation that has been around for quite many years. And basically what we do is, with a team of experts from Estonia, but also around the world, we work with different governments and local governments, and increasingly in the last years with civil society organizations, on how to make digital serve democracy. How to make so that we have digital access, we have digital sustainability, we have digital functionality, and we have digital privacy in all aspects of policymaking, service design, services, and so on. And that's what my colleagues do, and that's what I do. And when I was thinking about this particular session and the improved digital cooperation, then I thought that I would like to stress 4 things that come to my mind when I think about in the context of my work. The first thing I think is to me that the countries and communities and organizations cannot use digital if they don't have in place the kind of normal engagement, participation, democracy processes and rules. Quite often, when we work with different organizations or with different countries, people say, oh, show us how Estonian digital world works. Show us how the services work. Oh, we need to do the same. We need to pay our taxes online. We need to vote online. We need to do all that. And then later, when we talk to them and we work together, people realize that it doesn't happen because the first processes of democratic participation, the culture of engagement, the culture of good governance is not there. So you can't build digitally functioning democratic systems if there is no democratic, open, engaging culture in place in the first place. What you are doing is actually might even make people more vulnerable, those few who are so eager to use digital services to give their data at the hands of the state, and that can be misused. So that is the first point. So in general, we need to make sure that before we digitalize things, we have the elementary understanding of engagement and democracy in place. My second point is that any kind of digital solution shouldn't create further digital divide. The worst case scenario is that we create services, we create projects, we create opportunities, and oopsie daisy, only 5% of the people use them, right? Or then we realize that, wait a minute, there's 20% of the population who has no idea what's going on, and they are kept away and kept off from the services that they should actually have based on their elementary human rights, right? And the digital divide can create new kind of vulnerable groups. Typically, in the context of democracy, in the context of a local community, we tend to talk about people who have been marginalized, who are poor, who don't have access to education. But this kind of system, the digital divide, can create totally different groups. They can be very small. And the problem is, sometimes they talk to each other. Quite often they don't talk to each other. And they exist in their own little bubbles and have no idea what's actually going on. So Estonia, indeed, is in a situation where, because of our ID card, which is mandatory, most public services are a priori digital. And then there are ways to make them accessible to those people who either don't want to or cannot or are not able to use the digital version. But what I can see from working with different governments around the world, with different organizations around the world, is that there is this dream to make it digital without actually thinking, but how can basically everybody have an opportunity to use it? If they don't want to, that's a different story. But they cannot, because they don't have access. And that, to me, is a major problem. So, number one, the democracy needs to be based not on digital, but digital based on democracy. So we need to work on that first. And number two, every solution we create should make sure that it's not creating a further divide. The third point that I want to say is that forget about digital agendas. Digital is not a separate thing. It's like human rights is not a separate thing. Environmental and green concept and understanding of the world is not a separate thing. It's a horizontal thing. If you do health policy, you have to think about the environmental impact your choices are going to have, and you have to understand what the digital opportunities you have and the digital responsibility you have when putting those policies in place or putting those services in place. So sometimes countries and communities and organizations approach us and say, oh, help us create digital agendas. Like, what the hell is that? Okay? If you want to have healthcare policy in place, you want to have education policy in place, you want to have foreign policy in place, you want to have social services policy in place, then political level, economic level, social level, digital level and environmental level should be horizontal, through which you look if your policy is achievable and is not producing more harm and is, okay, it cannot satisfy everybody, but it's giving the best access possible to the solution that we want to have. Again, digital should serve democracy, not the other way around, and that is super important. And I'd like to conclude with a fourth comment that I think that digital cooperation needs is the understanding of digital responsibility. We have companies who are doing their best to serve their clients and offer what their clients need. Sometimes it just doesn't work really well. I'm sure, and I know by personal communication with Mark Zuckerberg, that he didn't mean Facebook to create hate speech, yet it does. In his wildest dreams, he really, really didn't see how big Facebook is going to be. Okay? So the exponential growth of digital solutions, the malleability of digital solutions, and the pervasive nature of digital technology, it's absolutely everywhere, like I mentioned in my previous point, needs that this topic needs to be dealt with care and responsibility. Companies do it on sort of company norms and ethical guidelines places because they have no other choice. And then we teach people through digital maturity and digital literacy and digital skills how they should use the services, how they should use the autocrafts, how they should behave in internet. We talk about cybersecurity and all that. But what is missing to me is the talk about the higher level, the values and norms of what digital responsibility means, which to me is very similar to the discussion of human rights. Yes, different countries interpret human rights differently, as different companies interpret the digital responsibility differently. But at least we have had discussions about human rights, and we can easily say that, okay, what country X is doing or what country C is doing is not really appreciating human rights, and we can sue them. We can bitch about them, we can help them, we can work with them, and we can empower the people to be more conscious about human rights. But when we don't have the discussion around the digital responsibility and the norms and values, then basically what we have are companies fighting with each other whose ethical code is bigger, and then we keep teaching people how to protect themselves in internet, whereas the bigger umbrella is actually not being discussed. And we need to do it because we need, like I come back to the beginning, we need to secure, when we talk about digital cooperation, we need to make sure that both the cooperation, the values, the principles we follow, the services we create, and the way we behave is functional, is sustainable, and respects people's privacy. Because when you respect that, people can have also trust in the service providers and their countries, and the countries which have higher trust can also rely on their citizens using the digital democratic systems far better. That's my point. Thank you. Shall I sit here or go back there?
Please. Thank you, Christina. That really was very gripping presentation. I think it really sets the stage for a very good interaction and discussion. Our next speaker is Martin Kaivats, Estonian National Digital Advisor, Estonian State Chancery. Online? No? Okay. No, I'm calling our next, yes. Okay, so let's move on. Let me now call on Suzanne Kalamvara, Burgardens Gymnasium, and she comes to us from Sweden. Welcome.
Thank you. So, well, I hear you can hear me. My name is Susanne Kalanvara, which is a Finnish last name, since my father emigrated to Sweden after the Second World War, like many others of the Finnish workforce. And I will continue on the same thread, talking about digital competence. And I would like to start with you standing up, because you've been sitting so long, and I have noticed from the back that you are quite digitally competent, because that is the only thing you do, isn't it, when you sit nowadays down. So could you just stand up and walk to a person you haven't spoken to and ask them this question? Do you know anyone in your family or at work that is a total digital illiterate, that doesn't know anything about the digital world? Do it now. You get 1 or 2 minutes to do it before I continue. Yeah. Yeah, you can. You can, of course, of course. Can I ask you, that lamp is very, very strong in my eyes. Is it any possibility to tune it down? No? No? Okay. So you got another 10 seconds before you return. Okay, I kindly ask you to return to your tables. It seems like you had a lot to discuss. So could you come back, please? I didn't know we had so many digital illiterates in the world. It seems like everyone has something to say on the issue. Okay, so if we just, is it possible to bring them all up here? But if we just ask how many of you, did all of you know? Can you raise your hands? How many of you know someone that is digital illiterate? It seemed to be not all tables, but quite a lot of tables, and you as well. Yes. And that is sort of the problem with digitalization, that you went into this topic as well, that we have this gap between groups of people. And so what are the goals? I think you all know that the European Parliament in 2006 formed these 8 key competencies for lifelong learning, where digital competence is one of them. So what do they ask for? What should we teach our students? Because I'm in school, so that's my main priority. They say that people should have a safe and critical use of digital techniques at home, in everyday life, and in working life. So in every aspect of your life, you need to be able to use the techniques. And if I take my own example, I have a colleague now at upper secondary school who can only write on the computer with his index finger. No other way. And you can understand when you have to write long documents how tiring it is. So, but do you, if anyone here knows a young person, we always talk about the elderly, they don't follow the development of digitalization. But do you know a young person that is digitally competent? How many of you can actually honestly say, raise your hand so I can count? No one? Someone, a young person in your closest friend, family that is not a very good user of digital? I see at least one hand. I could raise my own hand because only this week I sat with a girl in upper secondary class, and she was totally unaware of how to work a Word document or how to find the bold, the italics, and how to write. So, and I was so surprised, and I thought, we have failed here. If we have students, young students, but usually it's the other way around. They blame the older teachers, like myself, that we don't keep up. So what about Sweden and the Swedish government? They have actually formed a goal for Sweden that we should be the best in the world at using the possibilities of digitalization. But I don't think that the roots in school, that we notice this, that we should be the best in the world. That is a really high goal to achieve. So, because we find that there are big differences between schools, within the schools, and between communities. In our own community, the city of Gothenburg, which is on the west coast, maybe you have visited the city, some of you have, it's only a couple of years that they implemented this rule to all schools. You should provide first graders, 7-year-old students should have their own iPad or computer, provided for free by the community. So everyone has access to the technique, but still not everyone has access to the internet at home, which we noticed during digital teaching, which I think most of us did, that some of the students had to come into school because they didn't have any internet at home, and it was impossible to sit in cafes and work many lessons. Do you have the one-to-one formula in all countries? You are provided with computers in schools, or do you have to pay for them yourselves? Because there is where we need to start with politicians setting aside resources, economic resources for the development. Because otherwise it comes down to headmasters that they will have to arrange with a very small budget, what are we going to put first? Is it the digital technique? Then it means less staff. So is it worth the price? Less staff, more computers. That is what they deal with, headmasters, how to develop. And what about those who don't follow? Usually headmasters, they tend to rely on a few persons, like teachers that are very good at digital technique. They put the responsibility in their hands to drive this forward. And some teachers do it, teachers, we want to do exactly like we used to do or what we want to do ourselves. We don't follow rules so well. So we get this gap. So how do we deal with teachers who don't continue? I guess you can name a teacher that wasn't so good at digital development in your school. I certainly can and still can. So that is one of the problems. So I hope we meet in a workshop and can discuss together, further discuss these questions today. Thank you. My time is up.
Dan, you can sit here, please. Yeah. Okay. So we have another example from Sweden about how to tackle this issue. And do you see it as generational gap or?
Partly.
Partly. Okay. All right. Now we have on my list, I would like to call on Andrius Bekis, CEO of Goal Hub Lithuania.
Hello?
No? Yes? Online?
Yeah. Can you see me?
Oh, okay. Andreas?
Yes,
Good
I'm
to see
here.
you again, Andreas.
Okay, nice to see you also.
All right.
So, thank you first of all for organizers that it is this opportunity to present my presentation through this digital, in this digital way. And it's like last couple of years, we really, I think, developed a lot of skills in the digital world. And the thing it is, when we are talking about digital, we also, in this way, have to talk about SDGs. And when we are talking about SDGs, I had pleasure also to watch the conference yesterday. The question it is about how we're measuring it. It's, you know, the things it is that it is, for example, SDG index. But if we are looking to it, a lot of reports on which are based SDGs and what we are reaching, what we are missing are really very old. They are 4 years, 5 years. I found some of them even 15 years old. And this is like really challenging because if we are overviewing our situation which we have now, so it means we are staying on all old information. But in this way, I'm really happy about the changes how Lithuania is developing on the SDGs. There is national planning document, which really involved a lot of things for reaching the SDG goals. The trouble it is maybe sometimes, which we find out that we are over pushing SDGs. Because for example, in 2024, we are preparing new programs for the schools where SDGs will be everywhere. And for example, one of the strangest examples that I found that during the lessons of religion, the teachers will need to explain how religion documents approving the SDGs. So in reality, I believe this is over pushing. And from our experience, what we are doing, we have a startup which we started in 2017 with the first building our ideas on reaching the SDGs in the world. So we done it in World Government Summit in Dubai, and we got the second place for the one of the best, let's say, solutions. And the thing it is what we are talking and what we saw, what are the needs. It is organizations have to prove the digital identity. They have to prove who they are. Because if we are going outside of our countries, we don't know who are our partners. And this is like, this digital solution is also focusing on the trust, which is really needed. We were trying one of the examples, what to do, it's to send the money to fight the locust in Uganda. And we faced a lot of troubles because first of all, it is even you are collecting the money, then it comes out the challenges with the banks, how you are sending, where you are sending. Can you prove that it's not money laundering? Can you prove that it's not funding the terrorism? And so when we are talking about the opportunities to fund developing countries, we have to check the opportunities to do it. And this is from our own experience, it's really challenging to it. Again, if we are talking about the situation which we have now, it is very hard to, first of all, to reach SDGs because governments, they are mostly saying that main partners are business. And this is normal because main money, main troubles are coming from the business. If we are changing the business, we can change everything. But the question is also, who is owning the money? So the moment we have now we done this spring the research about Lithuanian banks. And especially when we are talking about policies, bank policies on human rights, on other issues, something like this, only the biggest banks, which are coming from Sweden, they have pretty nice policies. They are lacking in the end, you know, with the situation, what they are doing in reality. Small banks are totally don't have information about how they are reaching or what they want to do with the changing the world to the better situation. And this is the trouble, because if the one who is controlling the money is not ready to change the rules, then we are getting the investments into the oil, we are getting investments into the guns, we are getting other investments. And this is like, I think it's kind of fight against the wind, you know, and this is what is really needed. So from our point of view, what we see and what is needed, at most it's needed, first of all, for organizations, if they want to become stronger, they have to go to the networks. They have to prove how strong they are. And this is also possible only through the digital way, because if we are taking country representatives from different countries, it's challenging only to send the documents or to check who and how active are in their own fields. So thank you very much. And yeah.
Thank you, Andres, for this presentation, which really shows another aspect, maybe, of the challenges that we have dealing with the financial procedures and the bank policies, and I think it's important to have that in mind. Our next speaker, I think I'm going to catch him before he sits down. Jean Kastruyevsky, London University. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. So thank you to all my Estonian friends. I don't know if they're actually in the room, but thank you for organizing this very important and interesting event. My experience is based on a very strong interaction and sustained interaction with actors from the tech sector. I worked as a political consultant for many companies involved either in the 5G telecommunication sector and also some social media. For those who know me, even though these people were my clients, I really have a hobby recently is to actually criticize these tech giants, because yes, they need a better framework, and they need to respect this framework where they can develop their business. One thing that is also really important is that we cannot ignore the tech corporations today. Most countries are working with these big tech companies, and all what they do is give them fines, new taxations and regulations. But there is a lack of a vehicle where governments could interact with these tech companies in a more positive and collaborative way. And we see that people in the government are actually recognizing this today. That it's not only about IT structure and, you know, what citizens use. The big tech is also a huge field where geopolitical force is actually really present. One very new, interesting trend in diplomacy today, it's called technology diplomacy, or some people call it tech-plomacy. Very fancy word, but which is actually very, I think, crucial and appropriate today, where the most recent trends of this diplomacy are aiming at creating a better dialogue between corporations and institutions. Whether we like it or not, companies like Facebook and Google are actually playing a more and more important role in our societies. And we actually need to appoint ambassadors we can call them like like we want. I would call them tech ambassadors here, who should be really knowledgeable about what these tech companies are doing, and they should be actually aware of how can we align the interests of a certain nation, of a certain society, with the business development activities of these big tech giants. So here again, it's so important to remember that you know, these slogans proposed by Mr. Zuckerberg sounds amazing. It's all about connecting people, creating these communities. That sounds great, but what does this actually mean in real life? I think we should not be today so focused on connecting people. We should be actually more focused on harmonizing people. Because, you know, at war, I think we're actually very connected, you know, when we have this very intense family dinners where plates start to, to fly in the air, we are also very connected. But I don't see any peace and harmony in such a situation. So it's all about wondering what we actually want. What sort of community do we want? Of course, it's very important to build these communities. But do we want a safe and authentic community, or do we want a sectarian and exclusive one? Because what we see today in places like Myanmar, the US elections last year, the business model itself of Google is extremely harmful, and certain people are simply not aware of what is happening in their brain when they're actually using these social media. Last year, at the first conference here in Tallinn, we proposed this very ambitious project to maybe propose a human rights declaration 2.0, which would be actually more adapted to the needs of today's global and digital society. So it's all about pushing these efforts forward to ask all these big tech companies to really classify and exclude any sort of hate speech on these platforms. So that was the corporate dimension. The other dimension that is crucial here for us today is obviously what citizens can do to improve this digital cooperation. What can we do in our everyday life to just not fall in the trap of the artificial intelligence? Because again, today many people think that artificial intelligence is, you know, some evil robots in the streets, you know, just throwing some lasers at people, but that's really not the case. The AI is already present in our brains through these algorithms and these very, very complex devices. So one thing I would really like to underline here, that our main, I would say, the only actually competitive advantage that normal people have against the machines, this is not knowledge. We are not as smart as these machines, that's obvious. So the only thing that we can develop and, you know, have this advantage over the machines today is consciousness. We should really work on, you know, instead of going constantly outward, because all this social media, it's about only intense and very external expression. We should really ask ourselves if you are not trapped in, I think, what you called a bubble. We call this eco bubble, where people are just trapped in this sort of feedback loop. They cannot think by themselves anymore, because they just end up by seeing what they want to see instead of seeing what they need to see. So again, we all know this quote today, that if we don't pay for the product, we are the product. But a more accurate you know, version of this quote is actually the real product. It's not us. It's actually the very subtle but real change in our behavior. After we are constantly absorbing the sometimes very, you know, toxic amount of information on this social media. So yeah, it's all about, again, going inward and asking ourselves if we don't have this sort of feeling of either fear, resentment, jealousy, anxiety that is rising in us, because it's very often related to an excessive consumption of social media content. So again, here meditation could be a very useful effort for us to just break this very toxic cycle. It's important that if we are not using this social media as a professional tool, please do turn off all your notifications. It's absolutely crucial for our mental health, and I'm saying this as the first person who was emotionally really harmed by excessive consumption of this sort of content. So again, let's just keep in mind that Facebook is based on, just making us addicted to its content, and that our greatest private property is our brain. So let's keep in mind that it's not the technology that is changing, but it's actually ourselves, our brain, which is here the most impacted by all these technologies. So that was my point that I wanted to make here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean. Very interesting way of looking at the issue, and I'm sure that you're going to have a lot of interaction with our participants. And so, to move quickly, so we allow time for the discussion. Let me call on Michael Kavouklis, the Europe House of Roads, and he comes to us from Greece. Michael?
So, thank you very much. First of all, allow me to thank the organizers, take this out, of this amazing conference, and especially Vasily, for inviting me. It's a quite refreshing and alerting, optimistic procedure so far, and I really hope that I contribute to this global conversation in Narva, Estonia, to the best of my ability. So, digital human rights, a perspective from the field. When I mean the field, what I mean by the field? I work as a digital marketeer. That means that I usually am in charge of my clients' digital presence, theirs and their personal training on web and social media good practices and privacy protection. I'm also involved through the House of Europe to many international projects around the world, and as a political scientist, I'm in charge of training in democracy, human rights, etc. Of course, being digital capable, I'm also usually the go-to guy for any friends and family, to my acquaintances, for advice on the web, from installing a Gmail to a cell phone to assisting someone to restore his hacked Facebook account. All this digital interaction made me an observant of the digital human creature. A creature merged in a digital world with little to no knowledge of how all this works. Of course, there is a strong 20 to 30% of digital capable people. I won't use the term literate, but most of them are through necessity, learning or trying to use tools on a need-to-know basis, which is a very shallow way to treat an amazing opportunities that Internet provides. So, I pose some questions. Which are the digital human rights? Are people aware of their digital human rights? Are people aware of their human rights? Are people aware about the legal status of the human rights? Are contemporary people, and especially youth, aware of the pragmatic aspects of the rule of law, their rights and their obligations? And does the lack of this awareness of the protection provided by the law is reflected in the evolving digital world? I'm not so sure that I will answer any of these questions, and actually I won't even try. The thing is that you as stakeholders, you should try to answer them, and hopefully you incorporate this type of questions in your work, some aspects of the digital human rights regime. To go and answering some of the questions, actually, digital human rights as usually are the access to information or the internet, it depends on the terminology of each country, network neutrality, freedom of expression which is associated, freedom of association, right to education and work, right to have content in your language, right to privacy and data protection. These are some of the rights you'll see in the international literature. It can be really expansive since every aspect of our 21st century lives is touched by the digital world or is transformed by it. Usually, network neutrality is not a part of that list. But when we are talking about access, securing the free flow of information is almost as crucial as the access itself. So, some general challenges. People are not aware of their digital human rights, as they are not aware of their fundamental human rights. People are not aware of their obligation to exercise and protect their human rights. I mean, the average people, not us as an elite who's discussing here. People do not trust the state or the international governmental organizations for their human rights protection. Yes, we do have international human rights courts, Supreme Courts, etc. But the average citizen is not aware of the ease to access to them. Usually it requires a civil society organization or a huge legal firm to get access to all these nice protection tools. Of course, because of all of this, people dismiss their human rights as irrelevant, non-substantial, romantic, or even idealistic structure for some. And get back to the internet. The internet is a technology providing access to information and content and communication among peers. World Wide Web is how information content is being made accessible to these peers. World Wide Web content is being produced by states, international governmental organizations, institutions, businesses, and users, us. The access to the World Wide Web is or should be part of the right of access to information. However, remember when I started talking, I mentioned people using their internet access in a need-to-know basis. They use it to send an email, upload their status or say something on the Facebook, post a nice picture on Instagram, provoke somebody or poke him on TikTok. They do so mainly above 60% through smartphones and tablets with pre-installed, pre-set up applications where they just log in. Most of them actually even have an email address just to log in on Facebook. They don't use it as an email address. So, an access to a social media platform is not a part of the right to access. It's a service of a contracted use service of a client to a business. Caution, I would like to demonize Facebook and all these social media tools. I work with them. I take advantage of all these nice tools. But we have to say that every tool has many uses. With a knife, you can prepare food, you can sculpt a nice sculpture, or you can kill a person. So it is up to our character and our skills to use it properly. And that's crucial when we are talking about human rights. We have to be aware that we're entitled to them, but we are also responsible to exercise and prepare them and protect them for ourselves and for all. So, the standard citizen is with access to the internet in its simplest daily form is actually a consumer using a service under specific terms and conditions. We are not members of the Facebook community. We are clients of Facebook Incorporated. And I would like to ask you, how many of you have a Facebook account? See hands? Facebook accounts, not all of you? Oh, nice. How many of you have read the terms and conditions of Facebook before you tick, I accept them? Only one? Two? Nice. I have seen worse results in that question. For most of the average internet users, his/her capacity as such is actually that of a consumer. As a client, he gains access to a service provided by a multinational company, usually based outside his country, agreeing to terms and conditions he almost never reads, to only people here, and in exchange, he provides his content, and trusts his privacy and his relation to this private sector entity. The average internet user, as a consumer, she actually uses his rights as a bargaining mean to a service. He entrusts the application and products of his rights of expression, association, and privacy. His content and his preferences and his association are handed as data, personal or big, to an entity of his country in order to provide him with personalized experience. This personalized experience means that the user only sees content that is deemed similar to his or her preferences by an algorithm, ideally. This user only sees ads that are more possible for him to make a purchase of a product or a service. And the user is prompted to develop new relations and interests similar to the ones he currently possesses. based on an algorithm or other factors. But this personalized experience entails risks. And I mean it like advertising that they exploit all these personalized things to target my clients. The content of the platform is served by ways the user is not actually aware or understands how. The user waives a large portion of his rights, including the ones of intellectual property, in order to exercise online rights like the ones of expression or association. And the consumer is being bombarded by ads that make him more susceptible to consume. At the end, this personalized experience means that the user is deprived of the pluralism and diversity of the available content across the web. The citizen transforms the exercise of his and her rights to consumable, tradable goods, and the user can be easily manipulated not only for his consuming habits, but also for his or her social and political behavior. So, if we add to this data safety, client safety, lack of transparency in handling the data, digital tools illiteracy, the internet's malevolent powers, because there are also these kind of things, intellectual property matters, multinational aspect of internet, multiple jurisdictions. Facebook is based in America, their services in Ireland or India, and we are in Estonia. So all these jurisdictions apply the same thing. That being said, we have to reflect that we measure the world against the prototype of Western democracy values with a liberal market. So the citizen should trust his safety to a state and its laws, controls it through election, and exercising his or her right. The consumer controls the market with his or her money and how he chooses to spend them. So how we secure digital human rights in the 21st century? We return back to basics. We focus on education of youth to become responsible citizens and respecting human rights and rule of law. We strive to develop a state and institutions that are trustworthy, transparent, and reliable to our protection. We focus on the education of youth to become responsible consumers that are aware of their power, their purchasing power, and the obligation each choice they make entails. So we promote the regulation of large corporations to operate in more transparent and open ways. In order to sum up and finalize, in order to have people that exercise, promote, and protect their digital human rights, we need to become people that respect the rule of law, respect self and others' human rights. We consume in a responsible and fair way. We are technologically educated, literate, maybe it's more accurate, and operate under a new digital etiquette. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael. Very interesting approach and certainly eye-opening presentation on what's behind that screen when it comes to, I think we spoke of Facebook, but others are also in the same situation. Okay, now, I think what I'm going to do today is just open the floor to all of you. I've heard the presentations, so if you have questions, proposals, ideas, please come forward. Be aware of the fact that we also have Professor Robert Kimmer, Andres, and Ms. Marina Kaljurand. They are also with us, still connected, and they are following the discussion, so you may also address questions and remarks to them, and we'll try to get them to respond to your concerns or to your ideas. So, who wants to take the floor first? Please. Can we have a microphone or use this one here? Okay. You can use this one. No, this one. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, speakers. Really interesting because I come from Crossing Borders and we are developing a curriculum about, we call it DIL, digital information literacy. So actually, you all made me think about that everyone here has telephone and students have, everyone. It's like giving people cars to drive without teaching them driving, how to drive. So is that what you mean, that you are warning us, that we need to learn about the driving culture, not like in Rome, but maybe like in some other places, before we get the cars? That student from the very, I think you mentioned the 7th grade and so on, should learn really the culture of digital right and human right and access, and then knowing the various side of it before they get the iPads like in Sweden or Göteborg. So that's my question. I would like you to reflect on that. Thank you very much.
What we will do is maybe take 2 or 3, and then we'll have our panel respond to the questions. Anybody else? Okay, well, in this case, let me add one question. Maybe we can get some. Andrew spoke of an important aspect, which is the financial aspect of this situation. Maybe you'd like to, either the participants would like to comment on that, or any one of you would like to speak about this, or maybe have some ideas. Jean, you said something in your presentation. In fact, you asked the question, and I would like you now to reflect on the answer. You said what type of community we want. We have to make sure that we look at the right community that, or the right objective that we would like to have. And Suzanne, you spoke of schools, and I think there is here some sort of a debate on the role of the teachers, how much they have responsibility for their classrooms as compared to the other authorities, school authorities. And also, I thought that it would be interesting if, Christina, you can tell us a little bit more about the components or the 5 pillars 4 pillars that you have spoken of in your presentation concerning digitalization, democratic process, that we need to make sure that those who cannot access have the possibility of use. The fact that digitalization is a transverse, it's horizontal, it touches a variety of other aspects. And you spoke of the need for good understanding of digital responsibility. I think these are items that maybe you can give us more details, or anyone of the floor or the panel would like to respond or react to any one of these issues. And of course, the line is also open for our online participants. So, please, David? Yes, come over here.
So, the dangers facing us with the large tech industry and our partners is very clear. We've also heard how education is so important. Can any of our educators tell us about a successful school program advising students that they should read the small print first? Or is this something that already is happening too late?
Okay, who wants to take the floor first? And you answer any question you want.
Yeah, or
Marina? Yes. Okay, Marina?
Yes, thank you. I will not risk putting on my camera. Instead, I prefer you hearing my voice. So as a matter of fact, I have a couple of questions. Thank you all presenters, excellent presentations from your perspectives. And I apologize if I use only your first names, not risking wrong pronunciation. Robert, you mentioned the importance of discussions also on international arena. You briefly mentioned IGF and the political will. So I'll be happy if you can elaborate on that, where and how you see the role of the United Nations, of especially IGF or IGF Plus, in building political will, political consensus, because it's a fact. If politicians agree, lawyers can write it down in 5 minutes. Political will is always crucial. And I also have a question to Michael. Michael, excellent presentation again. And I'd like to ask about personalized ads. As you know, we are having a very heavy discussion today in Europe from the perspective of digital single market and the consumer rights. On one side, we have very strong lobby of companies who want to preserve and have personalized advertising. On the other side, we have those who support complete ban of any personalized advertising. So, Michael, how do you see the discussions going, and where can we agree in the end? And maybe my last and general question to everybody, if you can reflect on that, the question of trust. I think everybody mentioned it in one form or another. Christina mentioned trust when talking about digital IDs. Susanna mentioned trust. Andres mentioned trust, which is important for safe and secure online banking. Jean mentioned trust when we talk about social media platforms. So also, we will be happy to hear about elaboration of the concept of trust from your perspective, how it can be, what should be done to improve the situation with trust, where I see it pretty poor, especially in Europe, where we have so many citizens who are against any digital identification because they just do not trust their governments, they do not trust companies. Thank you.
I think we're going to try to have the answers first, and then we move to a second batch of questions. So,
okay.
Who wants? Oh, Professor?
Yeah,
Oh, I can. I mean, maybe the order of the questions might be the easiest to follow. So I just thought I start with this. So I mean, Marina, I mean, you rightly point out. I mean, you need to develop the political will, and I think that's exactly where it needs to start. We need to stop thinking that the internet can be governed with instruments of the paper world. We need to come to a political understanding that the internet is a new phenomenon. It's a phenomenon that actually is global. There is no possibility to fence it off. There is no possibility to keep it local, as the local networks actually suggest. It is a technical infrastructure that provides a worldwide communication, and that's why we like it, right? So this makes it possible to go beyond the limits of localization. But that means that we also need to develop the legal means to do so. And by only accepting that it actually is global, by having an understanding, what are the common terms? What does identity mean? What does data mean? What does ownership of data mean? Is it clear that the person that is described by the data is actually also its owner? Or is it the person that runs the computer where this information is stored that owns the data, right? I mean, those are those fundamental questions that need to be discussed and that need to be agreed. But so far, we're shying away from discussing them because it's so much easier to stick with our own local rules. And in the end, it's also a bit of a power question. So who is going to control it? In the end, the internet is still controlled by the standards that were set by the United States. And Europe hasn't lived up to that. It's trying with some smaller things, which actually citizens have taken control of. If we look at Schrems 1 and Schrems 2, it's the only step where we're actually living up to that. So I think we need to continue the discussions. I think the IGF Plus are only a start. But in the end, if we don't say we want to have new rules for the internet, for the possibilities that the global networks allow, then we will not get anywhere. And I think here also what was mentioned before, Human Rights 2.0 might be the right start, but actually we need to think a bit bigger.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Okay.
Can you hear me? Good. Well, you said that I should expand on what I just said. I hope you don't mean that I have to repeat everything I just said before, okay? It's they're not really good. But let me pick a few comments from the questions and also what my co-panelist said is indeed the trust in this whole discussion is the key thing. And perhaps I make it very simple. There has to be trust in two ways or two channels. First, there should be a trust towards the country, towards the state, that the way we can participate in policymaking, the way we can use the services, that I trust what the government wants from me. I trust that my privacy is protected. And then in return, I pay it off, for example, by paying my taxes online and not being afraid that my privacy has been violated or misused by the state. So there is this culture of trust. And the second, there should be a trust in the functionality of the services or what we are asked to do, because to put it very simply, if people are asked to do something, for example, to pay the taxes online, if in your first step you can't get in, or the ID card doesn't work, or the system doesn't work, I'm not going to try again. I'm going to print out my papers and go back to stand in line. So trust in those, and the third aspect of trust is the sustainability, that it's actually environmentally and economically sustainable decision to use digital solutions for this. So the three key things: sustainability, functionality, and privacy. That's the question of trust, to put it very, very simply. How to do it? Obviously, we already talked about the skills. We can call it the digital literacy, but it's the skills. Part of that skills is the question I think that George posed is do you always read the small print? To me, it's not just reading the Facebook agreement print, but it's to read small print in general. Whatever contract you are having, whatever you are signing off. Do people do that? No. And it really sometimes annoys me that people are so keen on complaining about the violation of human rights and accusing, I don't know, Lukashenko or Kim Jong-un on being dictators. Of course they are, but they are not keen on bitching about the algorithmic authoritarianism of Facebook. Happy to do, not to pay attention to the human rights there, but so ready to bitch about the human rights situations in other countries. Well, I'm not saying that there is everything wrong with the human rights in many countries, but it just keep that in mind and have that attitude. And the question of the driving culture that you brought, indeed, that's what it is. I mean, you can drive on the left side in one country and on the right side on another country. And we can easily agree that when I'm in England or when I'm in Australia, I drive on one side. When I'm in Estonia, I drive on another side. But that's the norm thing. That's the specific level of sort of business dealings that I was talking about, the digital responsibility. What annoys me is that we don't talk about the driving culture in general, that you look how other people are driving, you don't, well, even honking is different from culture to culture, but let's say you don't hit the person when the person is standing in front of you. So that kind of discussion to me is missing, and that comparison is very right. But perhaps just to finalize, the last point that I wanted to say is that we talk about organizational level and business level, and we talk about state level, but perhaps one of the ways to really have that sort of digital serve the democracy more, which is a very, very good testing ground, is also the local authorities and local governments, because they're close enough to the people. They're small enough to work on it, and they would be perfect testing grounds to see how one or another digital solution at the service of democracy could really work. But again, of course, that raises the question of the whole culture in the country. Can't really have one local authority being a digital heaven and everybody else living in North Korea. That also probably doesn't work. Anyway, so.
Thank you, Christina. Suzanne, maybe you'd like to answer the questions before we take some more? Please.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
I think you have a question
well, I
from
will
David.
address your question a little, since you asked about educating. And I think we heard now we have the UN goals for digitalization, we have the EU, we have the Swedish School Board in the steering documents. But still, it all comes down to the efforts of one individual teacher in his or her classroom when it comes to educating students. Because you cannot just take for granted that the parents can do it. But I think all need to chip in this area. But still, it comes down to the teacher. And I think the problem is, when my students write documents, as soon as I get them as first graders, they all use Wikipedia for everything. And I have to forbid it in my classroom. I will not pass your essay if it's based on Wikipedia. But the problem is I must provide them with other resources, other links. And at least at the website we use in our educational system in Göteborg, we have good links provided in most subjects that they can use instead, because they have to show them another way. But I think it's rather difficult with, fake news and quite, information from quite fierce information about, take for example now, with the vaccination of COVID-19. I heard in my own family, I heard at school this discussion, do check that you're not the one that gets the chip when you take the second shot operated in, because it's all over YouTube, it's all where they show the films and everything. And of course they believe it. And I said, oh, and it's quite difficult to take that debate with the students, that this is probably fake news or information from some other group of interest. But still, I feel the pressure as a teacher. It comes down to me and what I do with the future generation to cope with this. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we have a question. Yanni?
Hello. So my question would be for also a little bit part of the education. Like, do we have any subjects in school now for teaching the human rights? What does it actually mean for human? And where do you find the information, and who will tell you where you have the human rights and how you can use them rights? And same thing about these digital rights. Do we have any subject in school where we can find out what are the digital rights, where I find my information has been used, and that way? So I just wonder, do we have in any country of these ideas done? That's my question.
Well, I can continue maybe, because we have it in the national steering documents, in the first and second chapter of the steering documents for all schools. It says that we should do this, but I think that we don't do it, because when it's not a subject that is graded, so then we sort of, oh, there was no time this year, and not this year either. So I think that's a problem.
So we should have a subject for that and have an exam for that for all students who need to pass, so they can be part of the society,
exactly.
Like digital society in the future.
Right? Yes, Michael? Jean? Whatever.
Yeah, so Hatem, thank you very much for your question about the communities, and thank you, the person who asked about trust. What's the role of trust in this whole situation? I think the first thing that, yeah, it's absolutely key here is that we need a state, we need a government official which, again, know what they're doing. We need a strong state, but we need a smart state. We need a state which is responsible and who genuinely care about its own people. So yeah, just to elaborate maybe a bit more about the example of what's happening in Myanmar. So Hatem asked what sort of communities should we build. So I will start by answering what sort of communities we should not build. And Myanmar today is unfortunately a big problem. We see that the government at the moment is definitely not a very acceptable one, and that there are massive issues. Maybe most of you know this already, but it's just so important that in Myanmar, every single person, when they buy a new phone, Facebook is automatically already on their phone. It's the first platform of communication that everyone is using. And when we see that these algorithms, which are supposed to allow us to build these communities and connect people, are used in these places where ethnical fragmentation is extremely intense, it just leads to manslaughter, actually. And we are only at the beginning of what is happening in Myanmar. And I am extremely concerned about this whole situation. And it's absolutely crazy how everyone knows what is actually happening today. It's the knowledge about all these things. It's so accessible. We have the whistleblower from Cambridge Analytica called Christopher Wiley, who wrote this this very interesting book where he explains all the mechanisms how people are truly manipulated. People in the of course not only in Myanmar but also in the United States, where people are today, they don't take the time to actually know themselves. We have our work, our family, and so on. And the things that there are people out there who are paid for, if we don't know you, these people will know us much better than we do. And they're actually paid to organize these supposed meetings where it's all about sharing certain common ideas, but it just ends up in very intense extremism, as we can see it, again, what's happening with the US, Myanmar, but that's, again, only the beginning if we don't manage to find the right solution. And so here, yeah, the state, I was speaking about this technology diplomacy, but it's all about cooperation between government officials and the tech giants. Because if we have such sophisticated algorithms about, these adverts and so on, we must have also algorithms about verifying what is hate speech. Because again, violence is always beginning with words, and it's all about finding these communities where it's all about sharing and not about excluding. That's my point.
Thank you. Michael?
Thank you. I would like to reply to Marina's questions before. There are two scales on that, two parts. The first is the digital single market and the personalized ads. For the last part, I would like to say that I have the privilege to be both a user, because I see advertisements everywhere. I'm a publisher because I own websites that actually publish ads, so I have data of the behavior of my visitors, and I am an advertiser for my clients because I put advertisements for them in various media, including Facebook, Google, etc. So, we don't have to demonize everything. It's not evil. Multinational companies are not necessarily evil, but it's different. We are talking about digital corporations that are based in America with different ethics and perception of human rights and privacy than the ones in Europe or in other parts of the planet. So this is one of the things. Another thing is that what Robert said, internet is still evolving. It's not something concrete and standard. 10 years ago, if I would tell you that all your photos will be vertical, 16:9, because of the stories that Instagram created, or if you have to start shooting every photo in square measurement, you're going to say that I'm crazy. But this is a fact now. It changes our behavior in parts. The thing is that for me, the personalized ads is not so much of a problem, because when we say ads, we are talking about the banners or some text in very specific areas of a website. And the thing is that we as users are accustomed to actually making these spaces in the websites we visit as blank spots. So after some time, we stop looking at the ads. We just see blank spots. We don't see the right or left sidebar because we know that there is an ad. So this is not a problem. The problem is with the content that is manipulated, because Facebook changes its format, for example, very often. You can see that. This is because we are getting accustomed to the ad spaces, so we need to have new experience to see more ads. The problem is with the ads that are inside the content. I have the 3 or 4 statuses from my friends, one from a page that I follow, and then I have a sponsored ad. This is treated as a content, not as an ad. So it is imposed to me more easily. And the targeting tools are not very accurate. That's my problem as an advertising. I throw money, usually, because the targeting procedure is not very effective and accurate as it should be. So the personalized part is en masse. It's not personal to me, but to have large people similar to me. So this have to be very accurate, because if it was personalized to me, addressed to Michael, it would be very accurate and very effective. But no, it's to the masses. That's the one part. The second part about the digital single market in Europe, the most terrifying part for me is that all the mainstream and, how to say, institutionalized platforms that we use today are American-based. We have not a single European-based or developed platform, company, social media, whatever you want to take. We have some nice programs, some open source things that are based in Europe. I saw also Malwarebytes is here in Estonia, I think. So there are some nice tools that we should use, but Google, Facebook, Yahoo in the past, Microsoft, these giants that handle most of our internet life in the Western world, because Russia, China have different platforms for themselves, are controlled by American corporations. And this is not bad per se, but it means different mentality on how they work, different ethics, different perception of the legality, different jurisdictions. That's why, thankfully, the European Union is quite easy to put large fines to these companies, and in order to protect us with all these irregularities, not intentional most of the time, but just different perceptions. And hopefully, I hope that all this corporate tax, global corporate tax related discussion being done in G7, etc., will be implemented and also provide some ethical or moral clauses for the rule of the operation of this corporation inside our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So do you believe that this needs to be changed? And is there a way to change it? What needs to be done?
Well, I will use a word, an ancient Greek proverb, metron ariston. It means measure is everything. So we need to be, not to be absolute, not to ban all personalized ads or put everything on personalized ads. We have to be moderate. Everything has to be measured and be carefully observed, because digital world is a free world. Like Instagram. Instagram is a disruptor on how we actually behave online. Picture became everything, a photo became everything. We have the hashtags, the square format, all these behaviors that are now a part of our lives. It's something that came with Instagram. And Instagram, although a very successful country, now it's a part of the Facebook group. So we have to be careful on how we evaluate all this and how we protect with the tools we already have. Trading law, market shares, monopolies, antitrust, all this stuff are applying to the digital world. And to share my greatest fear ever, you know, all of us, most of us use Google. Okay, we have Gmail, Google Analytics, Google Weather, Google News, etc. I really like Google. I'm a fan of Google as a service, as a company, etc. Actually, the past 2 years, I also pay services to Google, the same services you have for free. I am a subscriber to have a better version. I really cannot imagine the day that Google will start charging for all of this. And then we will have something very tremendous happening if it ever happens in the world.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, I'm coming back to you. Just questions? Question? Yeah, come in. We need Gonzalo to translate, please. You can speak in Spanish and Gonzalo will translate.
Pero quería hablar en español para que los compañeros lo traducen.
Okay.
Okay.
He will speak in Spanish,
Yeah.
and I will translate.
Gracias.
You're welcome.
La gran preocupación que yo tengo para ahí, cómo nos podemos confrontar dos mundos completamente diferentes, como son un mundo globalizado, que es lo mismo que la digital, el mundo de desconocimiento.
Okay. Well, one of his biggest concern is how we can deal to work together between the digital world and the mundo? And the world that is not connected.
Okay. Pero que sabemos que hay mucha gente que no entiende de la informática, muy menos de la tecnología.
We know there's a lot of people that doesn't understand nothing about informatics and less about digital world.
Okay. Pero que el programa que se puede hacer con el mundo cada vez más exigente, sí, de la exigencia del mundo, ¿cómo se dice?
Diligencia?
Sí, no, de exigencia.
Exigente.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, que el programa que se puede hacer para ayudar el mundo muy exigente con las personas que no entienden nada de tecnología. Y tenemos otra cuestión que es la protección de los datos. Si no se entiende de tecnología, no se puede entender de transacción de datos. Y tenemos un caso que es diplomacia tecnológica. Okay?
Yeah, I'll try. He's saying that our current world is much more exigent in related to the need to the knowledge of digital world. So how can we protect the people that has not knowledge at all related to the digital literacy, and also the other thing? And how can we work to something like a diplomatic technology, if there's something that they're already working about this issue?
Okay. La cuestión es, entonces, si tenemos los dos mundos, ¿qué podemos hacer por un futuro por las personas que no tienen conocimiento de nada y cómo los derechos para esas personas que no entienden cosísima ninguna tanto
So we have this world about when we have a lot of people that has no idea about digital issues, and the other world that it's very exigent and advancing with technologies. So how can we help the people that it's outside the system in digital issues?
Okay. Y eso no es problema de África, no es problema de Europa, no es de América. Es algo que sentimos en África, sentimos en Europa, porque yo trabajo con muy niños, jóvenes en Portugal. Yo sé que hay problema generalizado sobre eso.
Okay,
Por tanto,
this is a global problem, not just a problem of Africa or Latin America or incoming developing countries. It's a global problem.
okay. ¿Qué se puede hacer?
What can we do about with this problematic?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gonzalo. All right. Okay. So I think part of the questions.
Okay, I'll do my best. Pero para responder, para mí es exactamente la pregunta de responsabilidad digital. It's exactly the question of digital responsibility. To talk about those questions, it's the question to discuss among the local communities where some of those groups live who don't have access to digital solutions, the question of local authorities, the question of states, the question of multinationals and intergovernmental organizations. I don't have an answer to you exactly, but it's the discussion that needs to happen. And for example, in eGovernance Academy, where I work, that's exactly the topics that we're going to work with our partners in Ukraine and Georgia to address some of those questions. So, es mi pregunta, or es mi responde. But the one thing that I wanted to say is very much following what you were just saying, and what I picked up from you is that it's the communication that's the key thing, right? That every time we have an issue, we shouldn't demonize the corporations. We shouldn't demonize this solution or that solution, but we should discuss before, during, and after what kind of potential effects it's going to have. It's like you do in your normal project management life or in your normal policy implementation. You do a pre-assessment, you keep monitoring and evaluating and learning, and you do a post-assessment. So it's probably the same thing, and you communicate openly and transparently about it, right? So if we have an ID card in Estonia that everybody uses, a few years ago we had problems with it, nobody hid it. It was transparently communicated to the people what to do, what the extent of the problems and danger could be, what people shouldn't do, should do. Because the trust and communication is quite rooted in the Estonian society, at least I think so, then there was no major damage done. So it's the open and transparent question. My last comment, I just wanted to comment on Myanmar, that 6 years ago I worked and lived in Myanmar. And I remember how in the period of 5 months when I was there, when I went to live in my small village, there was no ATM and there was no internet. And when I left, there were 7 ATM machines and overflowing internet. And then I remember how I worked with a local education institution who was trying to use or trying to teach local Shan children in Shan language, not the Bamar language, which is the main language. And one of the key things that they thought, the teachers and the local communities, is that when we get internet, when we get Facebook, then we can do everything in the Shan language. And one of the first things we did is explain that be careful, talk about it before, see what it can do, what not. But apparently, based on what you were just saying, people or the country adopted a solution which was offered to them, which was probably affordable, right? And which probably was also enforced by Facebook because they see a market opportunity and they use it. The problem is the folks weren't ready to say, wait a minute, let us think about it first. They accepted it because it was the only solution probably there. And that's where we are right now. By the way, I'm not on Facebook because Mark Zuckerberg told me 15 years ago not to go on Facebook. So I'm not there.
Absolutely delighted to hear the last sentence, because I'm also not on Facebook. Thank you. Okay, any more questions? Oh, okay, all right. Zoom, yes? Robert? Did you ask for the floor, Robert?
Okay, yes, it just took me a while to unmute, the usual problems when you Zoom. What I wanted to comment on, I mean, what can we do? I think we have two layers. On the one hand side, we really have that political commitment that is needed, that we want to actually leave our little village and actually become global. But then on the other hand, we actually need the technical tools also for doing so. And that's what we can see at the moment happening on the European realm right now. I mean, we're seeing that we are starting to recognize our digital identities across the border. Yeah, and that is only the first step, that we actually allow people in our digital services with a foreign credential. Of course, this is only within the European realm for the time being, but it will expand and extend soon also to other areas where we're actually also going to transport data beyond identity and authentication, where we're actually saying, okay, I'm moving now from country A to Estonia. Let me provide you with the access to my education records, with the access to my financial records, with the access to my health records, my vaccination records, and actually say, like, I want to trust you to use my data because it brings me personal benefits when you have access to my history. Yeah, but only when I want to do so, and that's the important thing. And when we are able to identify what are the necessary standards to reach, what are the necessary technical capabilities we need, then we can also talk about how can we codify that, how can we actually legally make that possible beyond the European realm, beyond what we are currently considering our digital single market, and then we can collaborate on this. But still, we need to come up with certain basic legal standards that we want to achieve, because otherwise, as you rightly said, so Christina, just before, the technological opportunism and the market-driven approach that the private companies have might overrun us, and we'll be doomed to use what we have.
Thank you very much, Professor. Any more comments? Yes, Michael?
Yes, sure. So basically, the last part, the technological advancements. The thing is that everything, we have two aspects of the digital world. The one is the information, the content, which changes how we receive it actually, because content we always had. The Homeric epics, Iliad and Odyssey, the first written word, was before they've been written down, there were 600 years being orally negated to the young Greeks as a school teacher, and then they were written down, then go to papyri, and through Bibliotheca Alexandrina they were saved and became part of the world. This took 3,000 years. Now a digital book can go around the globe in just 1 minute, which is a different perception of how we deliver. The tools change. The other important thing is that how we actually perceive technology as a means to, in our contact with the state. Even things like PIDs, the personal identification data, our ID cards are relatively new. Back in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, you needed a passport to navigate through cities, not just like that. So all these perceptions are quite a development of technology. And my worry is that I'm a young person, okay, but I still remember things without the internet, because I predate internet as a mass product. So the thing is that back then we had 2 or 3 generations to adapt to a new technology, to printed paper, for example. Printed paper is a fact of 14th century. Books in mass is part of the Industrial Revolution, and goes on. Now we have technological advancements every other year, and people cannot adapt it. I'm worried about people, the young children of today, under the age of 20, they don't have an experience of a non-digital world. And allow me 2 anecdotes, small anecdotes. 3 weeks ago, we have a fire in Rhodes Island, and because of that, we remained for 12 hours without power on the island. It was crazy. We are going to get crazy. No cell phones working, no television, no Netflix. At the midst of the summer, everybody closed in his home. In the middle of the summer, sweating. No go to the parks or the beach. And another thing is, just this morning, I read a small cartoon from a Greek cartoonist. It's a grandma, and the grandchildren goes to her, and she wants to put her to sleep. And he said, "Grandma, tell us a very scary story in order to sleep." Yes, there was a time that there was something called a landline phone. It was ringing with a bell. You cannot stop it. You cannot turn it silent, and you could not know who is calling. Really, Grandma? Wow, tell us more. Yes, and there were people going to travel, and they're getting back with printed photos, and you have to visit them in their homes to see the photos. Really, no Instagram? And this was how scared the kids come. So this is the age gap, and this comes every other year, and that's scary. And we cannot control it. So sorry for the Celsius question. I don't think we can do much. Others to stay vigilant and aware, that's the thing, of the change. Thank you.
Thank you.
To follow
Jean?
up on your anecdote, it's the same with, I told the students I had no phone, I had no computers, nothing, and one kindly said, but how on earth did you get out on internet? So it's the same kind. But to sum up, from my point of view, I would like to say according to research, there is an obvious connection between educational level and economic resources when it comes to digital competence. And we might compensate for that. In schools, we can compensate with education, but we have to equalize sort of economic resources to make it available, because we can't have half of the population have the latest technique and half of the population always have the second-hand technique, because the gap will widen again. And one measure we take in Sweden is that we offer all, from 15 years old and onwards, we offer them summer jobs within the community. And when I ask the students, what do you do with the money? What's the answer? It's always, I'm saving up for a new iPhone. So, there we are. So I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you all. Yes?
Well, I don't think my question was answered at all by any of the panelists.
I think Suzanne addressed it in the beginning.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So maybe you could repeat it and we'll try again. There were so many questions, so it wasn't that easy to remember.
We are writing the declaration, and really how this question is answered will be reported in the declaration. As far as children are concerned, my question was, when we were talking about the partners that children have, as well as adults have, how prepared are they to understand those? We talked about the small print in the Facebook, and Christina said, well, of course you have small print in a normal analog document, but we do not give those types of decisions to children. We tell children to look left and right when they cross the road, but we do not tell children what they should do when it comes to their technical partner at all. So really, panelists, you have answered that question as adults, and I've listened patiently, but you have not said what's done with children. Susanna's point was, well, everyone chips in, everyone helps. Well, as we all know, when it's everyone's job, it's no one's job. So there must be a more discrete, exact response to that question.
My question, David, was related to your declaration, which you're working on. And it just seems to me, panelists, that I haven't heard, maybe you talked about it earlier, but what I experience from children trying to get their heads around the internet is a massive increase in anxiety and mental health problems. And what is the mechanism for protecting young people? And what can we call for in our declaration to protect young people who get 200-300 messages a day and who are suffering all kinds of abuse and bullying online, that is massively increasing their mental anxiety and limiting their academic performance? And I just wonder if you could address that.
Okay. Suzanne, you want to?
Well, they are not easy questions, but when I mean that everyone has to chip in, I mean that parents usually tell us, but it's you in school, you have to do it. But I mean, schools can't do everything. That is also the responsibility of parents or friends or anyone in the, that are near to those children you are talking about. So I think that they have to take more responsibility. I mean, we have such limited time with students in schools. I have 30 in my class. It's just 1 minute per lesson per person. So it's quite difficult to cope with it. But of course, we have to do as much as we can. And, but I think it's quite a tricky thing to do if I'm left on my own. As I said, if it's the effort of the individual teacher to cope with this, and everyone else just sits back and relies on school to solve the problem, then it will not happen. I can tell you. And now I forgot what you said, how do we protect them against the cyberbullying? Yes. Of course, there are actions to take in schools against cyberbullying. That works, I think, quite good. Of course, we don't solve all problems, but at least we have an agenda how to do it. So, to prevent them from the emails per day, they don't even open the email. We have problems with that. They don't use the email at all. So usually when I open it at school, their school email, there are 100 unread mails. But there are other, of course, notices that they are exposed to. So, well, I think it's for all us to help out to solve this. And of course, as soon as you give your, I speak with the students, my own children had to wait until they were 12, until they got a phone, and they were so angry with me and said, everyone else has a phone. And now, every 6-year-old has an iPhone when I see them on the bus to school. So, and I guess now 3-year-olds have their own phone. So, with that phone comes responsibility for the family as well.
Well, thank you very much, Suzanne. I think I'm going to give the floor to Andreas, who's been waiting, and then we'll pass on to you, Jean. Andreas?
Yeah. So I believe that, you know, the statistics are showing that 99% of all digital problems are coming from mechanism, which is between the monitor and chair. So it's like it is from people. And for this, we need education. We need to work with the people. We need to work with the children. Personally, I have 7-year-old guy who is running not with the iPhone, but he got this old kind of Nokia, you know, where he don't have internet. And he was really pushing me to buy this nice, better telephone. And I said, why do you need it? The question is why we are buying the things, why we are doing one or another stuff, you know? It's like we're working with him a lot on learning how internet is working, how to program. But for the telephone, I prefer for him to have possibility to call. And if by accident he will crash it, for 10 or 15 euros, I will buy another one. So it's not a big deal, but I will have possibility to communicate him. So in this way, I believe it is huge responsibility of parents, because schools, they cannot do everything. It is like a lot of parents are expecting that schools will teach children, you know, how to use technologies, how to behave, but this is not. It is about 60% that family really are making impact. And for this, it's like, I think it's our responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Okay, Jean?
So coming back to David and David's questions, yeah, I think we really should not consider kids as a completely separate, you know, category in this whole protection from cyberbullying, because at the end of the day, I think we all agree that kids are not stupid. We can absolutely explain them things that they can understand even when they're, you know, very, very young. Because, yeah, at the end of the day, this cyberbullying, it's just like, you know, any other hate speech issue. And so here, the first, you know, in this whole chain of reaction, it's the civil society, which starts to ring the bell. Then the government has to ring the bell and force the corporation to give access to the tools which can prevent us from being really overwhelmed by this whole wave of information, hate speech, and so on. Because it's just simple to, you know, say kids that without internet, let's imagine that someone is telling me that I'm stupid. There's one person, I have a bilateral conversation with someone, he's not very nice with me, he tells me I'm stupid. I'm like, okay, that's not very nice, but, you know, I can handle it. I will try to go over it. If I have two people saying me at the same time that I'm stupid, ugly, it already becomes like a much less nicer. Now let's imagine when we are on these platforms and we don't have 5, 10, but it's hundreds of people who can attack us. That's just common sense, you know. Kids can understand that we are not made for this. Our brain is not made to absorb such big amount of, you know, feedback, opinions at the same time. I would personally, you know, try to, it's I don't know if it's possible, but I really would like to maybe start a campaign against the endless scrolling wall that Facebook, it's the very essence of his business model. But if you know it, we have amazing documentaries on Netflix called The Great Hack, Social Dilemma, amazing interviews between Yuval Noah Harari and Mark Zuckerberg, and they explain all this. And it's we just have to be aware of it. And kids can be aware that the endless scrolling wall is based on the cash machines in the casino. It's the exact same mechanism. We're just scrolling this endless wall and looking for a certain feeling of excitement, which actually will never come. Like the jackpot in the casino, it will never come. So just explain kids and make them conscious, aware that these technologies are not human-oriented, they're profit-oriented. And I really do believe that kids from a very early age can understand these concepts. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we have already passed our time, but I think I can take 2 minutes, Vasily? We can still have 2-3 minutes? Okay, all right.
Yeah, I would be happy to respond, because I think actually that I did respond at the very beginning, and I've repeated it several times. That to me, the first thing is to really understand that digital risks are not digital risks as a separate issue. It's about education policy where you discuss the potential of digital risks. It's a healthcare policy where, among other things, as you discuss about client or patient privacy, you also talk about the digital questions or digital problems that can be. So it's a cross-cutting issue through education policy, through child policy, family policy, and so on. The second is the question of responsibility, and I fully agree with Suzanne. It can't be like it's a teacher's responsibility, or it's only the company's responsibility, or it's only the parents' responsibility, or it's only the bullier's responsibility. To me, it's a similar thing like domestic violence. It is there needs to be a shared discussion and a recognition that there is a problem, and then a shared discussion of how we deal with that issue or with a problem, whether it's a school bullying or children not being protected from internet and so on. And that probably may differ from country to country who takes the responsibility. And I can say from Estonian side that we have civil society organizations who have an alliance which works with families and schools and Ministry of Education and local governments, which is against bullying in school. And they deal with all kinds of bullying. So that's an Estonian solution. Perhaps in Mauritania, in Denmark, in Sweden, it's a different solution. But it's not a solution you can adopt. Like, you can't adopt a policy from another country. It comes from communication and education that there is a problem and what we need to do about it and how we need to deal with it. So you can put that in the declaration, go ahead, but that would be my suggestion.
Thank you very much, Christine. Okay, Michael?
The last comment about education. The major problem that why all parents are actually are based on willing to have school teach the children is because they themselves are digitally illiterate. My generation, 35-something and plus, and all the young parents, etc., have never had actual digital education on their schools. Everything, myself included, everything I learned it myself by experimentation, reading, etc. This is not the method everybody uses. It's just click and see the reaction. So most of the people and most parents are not capable even to be safe themselves, not to teach the children to be safe. That's my main worry also on that part.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful, really extraordinary panel. Thank you for all the information, the input, and I thank you all for the interaction. It's been really great, and I think we have a lot of items for our declaration and also for the action plan that we can use. So to all of you, thank you very much, and I think you deserve a very large round of applause. Thank you. Now we have lunch. So see you all down. Okay, welcome back. After this short lunch break, now we resume our following panel, and it's going to have as a subject theme the climate change and the actions we need to combat climate change. I would like to call on Ms. Anneli Ovril to moderate the panel and take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. So I hope you enjoyed the lunch, and now it's time to take action. So we, in our last, but definitely not least, roundtable discussion, we talk about how to identify citizen action, how to deepen the cooperation between civil society, governments, and businesses. But first, I also would like to introduce myself. I'm the executive director of Let's Do It World. And Let's Do It World is the largest environmental organization. We are represented in 164 countries. And we are, all around the year, we are tackling the different environmental challenges, including climate change. Our flagship project is World Cleanup Day. World Cleanup Day is happening always on the third weekend of September. We have organized it 3 times. 2018, we engaged 17.6 million people in 157 countries. A year later, already 180 countries took part, and we engaged 21.2 million people on one-day action to pick up trash. And we were really happy that we also engaged 11 million people 2020 during the COVID time. Indeed, we changed the format a bit, and we asked people to come out individually. But it was really important that we came out, because the environmental problems haven't disappeared during the COVID time. Even more, they are even get more serious. The World Cleanup Day is definitely not about just cleaning up the world, because it's not possible. I'm sorry for that. We even did a calculation that if we consider that we have 21 million volunteers, then all of them have to clean up at least 50 tons of waste, each of them, in order to pick up the waste which end up in the nature this year. And I'm not talking about the waste which is which is already there. So as you understand, this is not possible. So it means the World Cleanup Day is definitely the communication project, to bring people together, to empower them, and to inspire them to take action, not about picking up the trash, but then doing even more. And we have also the other great engagement project, which came out from COVID-19, which is a digital cleanup day. So in the first hand, it was meant as the alternative to physical cleanup, but turned out that the digital waste is as important as the physical waste. And if we talked about the digitalization in the last roundtable or panel discussion, then the digitalization comes also with the price. Internet and its supporting system generate 900 million of CO2 every year. And if you consider that 90% of data which is in internet is actually waste, it means that we produce hundreds of millions of CO2 for nothing, and no one benefits from that. And the organizing the Digital Cleanup Day is the lowest entry point for people to enter to the climate battle and to reduce the CO2. So we also want to show people that that the climate battle is not something which government should do or the big corporations should do, but everyone can do something about it. And just by deleting your blurry photos or duplicate photos, as simple as that. So it's a really powerful message. Every act counts, every person counts, everyone should act. These were two, I believe, great examples about engagement of civil society. And this, at least 21 million people are ready to act. And now is the question, so what we should do next? And I'm glad that we have a possibility now to talk about so how to engage even more the citizens around the globe, and what are the best practices in the cooperation between civil society, government, and businesses. And first, I would like to ask here our first expert. And our first expert, I'm really glad to call here Kadi Riskok, who is leading the climate department in Estonian Ministry of Environment. Thank you, stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm really glad to be here in front of you and to have met so many interesting people who are thinking about environmental topics today and yesterday from different countries. So very glad to be here. I'm gonna focus a bit on COP, the conference, the global conference on climate, which has made some very groundbreaking advances on solving the climate issue over the years. In 2015, most states in the world agreed on the Paris Agreement, which states that we have to stay under 2 degrees of climate change, and if possible, try to stay under 1.5 degrees of change. And since then, the COPs have focused on, okay, so now we have set the goal, how are we going to get there? And the past COPs have focused on that, working on it, and with this COP, the COP26, that's going to be this year in Glasgow in November, we're going to try to finally complete the framework of Paris Agreement and to define how it's going to be implemented. Now, the COP is, as you probably know, a conference for states. States negotiate there. So the main actors are states, and hence the discussions are very macro policy level, and they set the global framework and the systems that are going to define how we're going to change, right? But now bringing in the civil society part, when we look at the climate change, both the causes and consequences of climate change are very different when we look at the different regions in the world and the different countries. A small island state is not going to have the same problems as some country that's mainly covered with desert. So there's different causes, different consequences, and therefore also the solutions to climate change, both for mitigation and adaptation, that different regions and countries can bring to the table are very different. And this is why I think it's very important that now the COPs moving forward get more concrete and bring countries and people together to exchange on best practices, on our different experiences, and try to find the other people who can use our solutions that we already figured out, and also to learn from others. And here I think the civil society plays a huge role. First, of course, in participating also at the COP conferences to speak to different countries, different people, and to find those solutions and exchange. But the main job, I think, for the civil society organizations and activists is before COP, to make sure that first people are aware of the problem. Why is it that we have climate change? What we can do to diminish our impact on climate. That's the first step. That's the first work. And then moving beyond that, we have to bring people to action. How are we going to bring about the change? And here there's several solutions to that. I like looking at whole systems. I see a person, myself, as in my different roles. So I wake up at home, I make my private, personal decisions, how I'm gonna treat my waste, what kind of electricity package do I use, stuff like that. Do I go to work with public transport or by car? Those are my choices. But now the most part of my day, I spend it at work. So a big change that I made some years ago in my life is that I decided that I'm not gonna have a job where I'm working to slow down or make the climate change work. So this is my decision, and for some reason, I have received enough information about climate change that made me come to that conclusion. And I think that's where the civil society can play a huge role, to actually to nudge you and to give you like those little tips and tricks that bring you along the climate awareness journey to come to concrete actions to change your life in a way that you personally do not harm climate, and you try to solve the problem. Now, talking again about the me as a worker perspective, I think there's been a huge lobbying made to explain to people why people are responsible, as people are asking companies to pollute, right? Of course, people can make a lot of change in their private lives, but let's focus also on the companies. And I think civil society can also help people inside of their workplace to see the solutions and to have the power to say a word into how your organization works and how it could change to more sustainable ways. Yeah, so that's my introduction maybe to our discussions, but looking forward to discuss it more.
Thank you very much, Kati. So take a seat, yes. So yeah, there is no governments, no businesses, and no civil society. There are always people. This is always about people and our actions. So the next expert I'm glad to call here is Jane Õispuu. And she doesn't need extra introduction because she already gave the keynote speak yesterday in the morning. And just to remind you that she's leading the political team at the European Commission representation in Estonia. And please come here and express your thoughts about this topic.
Thank you. Should I remain standing or just sit? Because is it okay if I sit maybe? Because then I have Kati in my back actually. Welcome again. When I thought about how to start today's panel, then I felt that being a basically European Commission representative, it's a bit hard to talk about because we are, if you want, so we are creating the legal framework actually where the climate change should take place, but we are speaking here about the engagement of the civil society. So in the end, I decided I will give you just my thoughts, what came to my mind about this topic, what I personally find important, and it partly covers also how I feel in my work as a European Commission official, so a bit the thoughts also overlapping with that. And my first, I will make 3 points. So the first point, what I want to make is what I already said. When we speak about climate change and what we can do about it, so it is politics who needs to create the framework. Yeah, the politicians. So they put in place the legislative framework. It's basically the frame. It's a kind of right of the direction where we should go, but in practice the action should be done. I mean, who really implements the transformation to green economy? These are the people and these are the businesses. Maybe a little bit what Kadi was speaking about. So the politics is only creating the frame on different levels, on European level, national level, regional level maybe. But the people and the businesses are those who have to implement that. And regarding businesses, I don't perceive that it's a big issue, because if the conditions are set from the politics, then the businesses act according to this set frame. So when we set the frame for green, sustainable and circular economy, so the businesses have a space where to move and they adapt them accordingly. So we can see already now how for example, it's very difficult to push ahead with fossil projects because the banks simply refuse to finance them. So the framework has changed. But what I find a bit more difficult is to take people on board, because they will not adhere to the reforms if they feel that they are not part of it, that they don't profit from it. If they feel rather that they lose because everything will get more expensive, more complicated and so on. And I mean, there are many examples already when you see in France, for example, the protest of yellow vests and so on. So, so we see a refusal by the normal people, and this is why I think it's absolutely key when we move ahead with the policies to stop or slow down the climate change. The most important thing will be to take people on board. And we have basically to explain on every occasion, we have to tell them why this change is necessary, why the reforms are unavoidable, and how they, in person, and the community and the society profits from it. There is a parallel, maybe to an example from Estonia, for example. We see how difficult it is to move ahead with wind farms, because there's a lot of refusal by the people who live in these areas where they want to build wind farms, by the community, by the local government, because they don't feel part of it, because they don't profit from it directly. And I'm sure when we take them on board, when we show them how they can be part of this project and how they can profit from it, it will be much easier. And the last thought in this second, or in this part, what I want to make is that, of course, we have to make the green transition also affordable. That's what I mentioned yesterday. So we have to make it affordable to normal people, to disadvantaged groups, and particularly to people whose current jobs are in those industries which will basically have to take the biggest step, like in fossil industries. So when we don't get it right, so it will be really problematic. That's why also a very big part of this kind of Green Deal, the idea from the European side is how to take those people on board, how to create the funds, how to create this just mechanism to balance it out for the people, because they have to transpose or transform, basically. It's not about the laws, so we also have to make a reality. My second big point is in climate topics, in climate policies, we need to keep focusing on a long-term perspective instead on the short-term profit. And this can be very difficult because mostly I mean, it's the politics who creates the framework, what I was just talking about. But a policy cycle is much shorter than this cycle we are speaking about when we are speaking about the climate change. So we don't see the positive results in the short term. It will take a long time. And it's key that notably the politics takes responsibility and shows statesmanship when they deal with these topics. So it's, I see it particularly problematic also in these times of this far right and populist policies, where those political forces they claim whatever just to please the broad masses, and they don't take responsibility for these extremely complex and extremely difficult topics, what climate change is. So sometimes I think it's even much easier on the European level because we don't have this close dependency of our voters on the European level. So basically the European leaders, they are, as you know, European Parliament members are elected, but directly elected, but the European leaders are selected by the heads of by the member states, basically. So it's I feel it is even easier a bit to show the direction on the European level, but it's very hard on the national level to implement it for the national politics and then for the societies. My third point is we have to subordinate everything to the climate politics. So every decision what we take, we have to take the climate as the starting point. And I mean, it's I will bring a very simple example from everyday life. I mean, when we need to renovate a street, it has been a topical issue in Estonia in the last months, actually. So when we need to renovate the street, we should not start by defining how many lines and how many parking slots we need for the cars, but we have to take a completely opposite view. We start thinking how we keep those big trees, what are there now, what really help us in our everyday life when we walk on the street, when there's a heat wave, when they provide so much shade. So we have to think about how we keep those, how we build a street that is nice and healthy for the people, and then we think about, okay, but how many lines how many lines for the cars can we fit them, and how many parking spaces, or where we can build a parking area for the cars. On a much higher level, I know that the German Green Party, now ahead of the national elections in Germany, which will take place in October, they proposed creating a Ministry of Climate that would have a veto right over all other sectors. So this is of a much higher level, and I think, to be honest, in the current situation, this will be the future. So it's a very much forward-looking proposal. And we have something a bit similar in the European Commission, where we have, as soon as the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, assumed office, she proposed to have a first Vice President, that is basically the most, after the President, the most important member of the College, who stands above commissioners and other vice presidents, and who deals with climate change. So it's a bit of a similar pattern. So this will be probably the future, that whatever we do, whatever decisions we take, we always have to think about what impact it will have on climate, and how do we do it to put the climate ambition first. And as a conclusion, I would say, if we don't do it now, if we don't put the climate first now, I mean, very soon we have no other options than that to adapt to the changes. So it's now still time where we have probably possibility to select maybe between different options, but very soon, if we don't do it, we will have only the opportunity to adapt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. That was really amazing thoughts. So, yeah, climate as a starting point for everything what we do. I think it was, this is something which should be also written definitely to the Tallinn Declaration. And by the way, did you notice the butterfly flying here? Who noticed? That was the sign. You know butterfly effect, right? So even our community here is quite small, but our impact can be really huge. So this is the sign. So let's continue. And I'm really glad to ask, I want to present Grazina Bulavska, who is Associate Director for Asia and Europe Foundation from Singapore. And she is presenting in online. Grazina, do you hear us?
I'm not sure if you can hear me because my computer froze, as the luck would have it. Hello?
At least we are hearing you very well.
Okay.
And we see your lovely picture with the butterfly.
So at least it is excellent that you can hear me, and maybe it will spare you my PowerPoint presentation. But at the same time, I was very inspired by what Jana have been mentioning, because I come from Asia Europe Foundation that is based in Singapore. And Asia Europe Foundation is the organization that is the physical body connected to informal dialogue between Asia and Europe that is focusing on what is important for both regions. And I am running within this Asia and Europe huge geographical space, the project that is focusing on environment. And we have recently looked into issues related with plastic waste and how it is connected with climate change. And when I have been listening to all your inputs about that, how important are people, how important is stakeholder dialogue, how important is engagement and the feeling of ownership, at the same time, it came to my mind that without good policing and good governance, it would be very challenging to have all those things. And I am saying this based on multiple stakeholder meetings that we have been hosting, because as Asia Europe Foundation, we are always trying to find out what makes policies work, how governments can connect to the civil society, what kind of synergies and leverages can happen in order to make sure that certain things are moved forward. So when I'm saying this, what I always find very interesting is that if, and this was also mentioned before by the previous speaker, if we put priority on certain things, which would be in this case putting priority on climate change, but we will forget to involve people, and we will forget to make sure that everybody is informed and included and has opportunity to learn what is the consequences of certain projects or initiatives that are taking place. It will be very difficult to make things happen and make it happen in the meaningful way. And when we have been during our work of Asia Europe Environment Forum, that is also done in a partnership with multiple organizations, we have decided to look beyond policy. Because very often there is policy work that is very important, that is analyzed. However, some of the policies, in some cases, stay just on paper. And then when we can have a look at those policies and it is sometimes very difficult to assess what actually has happened at the country level, at the international level, and at the global level. Hello, can you still hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Okay, because suddenly there was like really dead silence, and still my computer is not responding to any activities from my side.
We are listening to you really carefully. That's why we are really silent.
You are very kind. I just wanted to say that so when we did this research, we looked at what is happening on the ground, and we looked into 51 partner countries of the Asia-Europe meeting.
So seems we lost Krasina. We don't hear you anymore. Okay. So are you able to bring her back?
From where?
Oh, yes. Maybe we then go to the next speaker, and if Krasina will return, we can also continue with Krasina. But the next expert is Gonzalo de Castillo from Argentina, and he is the director of Consulting Center of Sustainability, CESUS. Is that right pronunciation?
Yeah, in Spanish it's CESUS, but it's
Jesus.
fine. CESUS, no Jesus.
No, Jesus. Jesus.
I hope, but not.
And you are also director of the Club of Rome in Argentina,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So you have really amazing best practices to share. So
Yeah,
floor is yours.
it will be quite difficult to add something of value after you, but I will try to do my best. Well, basically, I already have the chance to share with you some of the concrete projects we are carrying out in Argentina, specifically trying to implement the circular economy approach in urban areas, specifically in slums. But today I want to speak for something different, trying to share with you more conceptual or theoretical issue related to one question I will try to answer, related also to the topic of this roundtable. And the question is why, even when we know related to the climate crisis, we cannot take the current actions that the SDG 13 is calling us to take. And to do that, the first things I would like to share is what I consider it must be like a well-known truth for everybody in this space. And this reality is that we already have like never before in history, our humanity has like never before in history, infinite scientific data that points to the seriousness of the crisis we are living in. And we do not only have at our disposal of this information, but also we have at our disposal almost all the knowledge in terms of material knowledge, economical knowledge, political knowledge to solve this problem. And even when we have at our disposal all what we have, we cannot take action. According to the IPBES report, for example, we are in the way to extinct more than 1 million species in the world. And also, according to science, we only have no more than 7, perhaps 10 years, according to the last report of the IPCC that was recently released a few weeks ago, to trying to prevent the reality of runaway climate change. And with this runaway climate change, what we will be facing, it will be the collapse, perhaps. This is a personal approach, but I really believe that we are really near of the collapse of the system, at least till the system as we know it till today. And this is nothing new. My organizations has released in the year 1972, the Club of Rome, the Limits to Growth report. And in this report, more than 50 years ago, the Club of Rome says that it was absurd and even suicidal to think the possibility to plant infinite growth in a world that is already finite. We already know quite well this, but even when we know, we cannot take action. 25 COPs have passed, and we are still trying to arrive to this famous goal of reducing CO2 emissions, and we are each year, even with the pandemic context, incrementing the CO2 emission concentration in the atmosphere. So in Argentina, we used to ask ourselves, why? Why with such a clear problem? When we have at our disposal all the technology, all the information, we already know how to solve the food production problem. We always know how to reduce CO2 emissions. We always know how to build better houses. We know all. And even though we cannot take actions. And perhaps we have to ask a different question, and it's why? Why we cannot make the changes we have to make, and also what challenges we can identify that points to why alternative models, such as the one we already talked with the circular economy, of many other systems, for example, of the regenerative development, and many others, have not yet become mainstream in our society. And perhaps this has to be with this graphic I am bringing here. If we analyze the growth tendencies over the last 70 years, we are going to realize that a lot of indicators that you will see on the right part of the screen are still being used by our system to validate that even if we have some unintended impacts, the system was able to sustain itself. And all these indicators from 1950 till today, 1950, I remember it's the moment in where the great acceleration begins. You will realize that all the indicators related to human welfare has incredible increases. For example, the world population, or the GDP in real terms, or the foreign direct investment, or the paper production, of everything you want see or analyze, even much more better things that, for example, the life expectancy. All these indicators have grown incredible during the last 70 years. And of course, thanks to these indicators, the system is saying, okay, we have some unintended impacts, but in general terms, we are doing the things much more better than a few cycles. How do you say cycles? You understand me? Okay, cycles. Well, but if you see on the left part of the screen, you will realize that all these positive indicators have had also, as a counterpart, a lot of equal impacts in other indicators related to the Earth system and the ecological variables. So, as well as we have a lot of positive things in world population growth, real GDP, etc., you will see that we have equal impacts on the incrementation of carbon dioxide, incrementation of many other greenhouse gas emissions, but also in, for example, the transformation of domesticated lands, in the terrestrial biosphere degradation, in the loss of biodiversity, and so on. All the problem is that all these indicators was in some way invisibilizados and not shown, basically because we put all our lights in the other part of the scene. And again, basically because if you analyze the more related to the specifically human goals indicators, we are doing the things quite well, or much more better than some time before. If not, sorry, this is in Spanish, but you can see the different part of the screen. In one part, we can see that even if we are not fully fulfilling the goals related to the human development indicators, we are doing the things very well. For example, we are advancing in the goal of trying to end hunger in the world. We are advancing in the work to reduce the evitable death of children under 5 years old, and so on. We have a lot of very good advances in these points. But if you see on the other side of the screen, you will notice, and this is very similar to what Shane was saying, that all the indicators related to the environmental issues are going in the opposite, on the opposite of the goal. So
I don't know, you can see the goal that is gathering us together in this table, the goal 13, we are on the opposite. The goal of reducing the contamination of the oceans in the opposite. The goal of trying to neutralize the degradation of lands in the opposite. The objectives of reducing the loss of biodiversity in the opposite. But again, the system says, okay, you have not to be so negative. In general terms, we have managed to lift, for example, billion of people out of extreme poverty. And there are this discussion all the time. But what I really believe is that this has like a very fundamental problem that we have to analyze. And this problem is almost a rational problem, and also an ethical problem. And I will try to validate this idea. The rational problem is that even if all the sustainable development goals are essentially important, the truth is that, sorry for what I want to say, but not all have the same level of essentiality. Basically, because some of these goals are a condition of possibility for the others. And this is a very basic idea and rational idea that it seems that we do not take care about this. And what are these indicators or goals that are a condition of possibility for others? Well, basically, all those indicators in where right now we are going in the outright direction of the goal. I mean, all these indicators related to the nature and to the self-rewarding of the service ecosystems. Basically, because without nature, we won't be able to do nothing, directly nothing. So, instead of presenting the Sustainable Development Goals in this way, I truly believe we have to present them in this way, in a totally different way that reflects that in the roots of the goals, we have to put all these goals related to the safeguarding of natural ecosystem, in the action on climate, and many other issues. Basically, because without these goals, all the other goals, even if in the short term appears to go well, will start to do it tremendously bad. Basically, because there will be no biophysical conditions to guarantee the possibility to succeed on the goals of vinculated to social and economical issues. And this, I believe, is one of the most important problems that our current society have not seen yet. But even more than that, and this is very important, particularly in Latin American countries, I believe that the problem is even much more complicated. Basically, because it has to do with almost a cosmological point of view. Yesterday, a lady here talked about this, but I guess it has to do with this image I bring you here. That our current society, our modern society, our instrumental society, and our technological society has made a terrible break among the unity of the universe. And we have decided to separate nature by one side and human by the other. And in this process, we have decided to reduce nature just a source of material and energy and nothing more. We have, in Spanish, cosification of nature. I don't know if in English you understand what I am meaning, but we have killed all the value of nature. All the value of nature, and has just reduced nature as a mere material thing. And what is the philosophical problem of this approach? That even if we like it or not, we as a human being are nature. So we are nature. So if we give value to nature, we are doing the same with ourselves. And when we do the same with ourselves, it is quite difficult to move in an ethical way. So just to finalize, I want just to ask you a very, very, very simple question. If I would ask you, which is the most important value that you can identify in our planet? The most important value? Anyone? Anyone? Love? Dirty? Solidarity. Okay. Oh, it's great. It's the first time that all the public says something totally different to what I think. But I will say what I believe it's the most important value, at least for me and for many other people. The most important value is life. Basically, it's life. So, I guess we are not all agree here, but I believe do you believe that life is a value in itself? Okay, you can raise your hand, basically. Okay, if life is a value in itself, and if I show you this image, what do you think about how is our current society working? You can see the evolution of the human population and the extinction of species in the world since 1800 till today. And with the line of human population, you can put also all the indicators that our system still uses to validate our evolution. For example, the GDP as the indicator to validate all the system. Well, our system is killing life. And if we believe that life is a value, we should accept that we are working on an unethical way. So when we analyze this in this way, perhaps we can change the debate and put more the accent on ethical issues and philosophical issues. And when we try to avoid the problem from an ethical and moral approach, the discussion is quite different. It's not just how can I arrange to migrate from one technology to another. It's a deeper problem. So this is what I wanted to share you. Again, I will just to finalize with a specific project we are carrying out in Argentina. We have many different approaches and projects we are delivering. One is related to both trying to bring a concrete solution to climate crisis through the plantation of trees. We have the largest tree native plantation in Argentina. It's called Semana del Árbol, Tree Week, and it is taking place just right now because it's the last week of August, because tomorrow is the Arbor Day in Argentina. And of course, we plant a lot of trees. We have planted more than 500,000 trees during the last years, but much more than for the main reason of all the natural the ecosystem service that trees gave us. We do also implement this campaign because of the symbolic meaning of planting a tree. It is a way to reconnect with nature, and also it is a way to solve the climate crisis. So I will just share with you the video of the campaign. Of course, it has not much sense here in Estonia, but I wanted my team to translate it just to be able to share this, and with this I will finish. The video, please, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gonzalo. You described our situation in the world really in serious way, but as one of our president, Lennart Meri, says that the situation is shit, but it is the fertilizer of our future. I think it very much applies to your presentation. So thank you very much. I have a good news. Krasina Bulavska is back with us. So if I can ask Krasina to be online again on the screen.
Hello, I think now it should be fine.
Perfect, now we see Oreo, also you.
Hi everybody, really sorry for this experiment that has happened. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if I was like what was really happening, because I was speaking and then at some point, as there was no response, I decided to restart everything. So now it's working perfectly for some reason. So I don't really know what was said. So if we have now, I have listened to my previous speaker. But I'm not quite sure if you could hear anything from my side at all. So if can somebody let me know, that would be really helpful.
Beginning, but yeah, you can start with the short summary of the beginning and then continue. So you have also presentation to show, right?
Yes. I will not repeat what I was saying. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Yes, now we see.
Okay, so I will just briefly summarize that I will just focus on what I wanted to share with you. Asia Europe Foundation is the physical organization that is the body of Asia Europe meeting. And I am working in Asia Europe Foundation, among other things, and I am in charge of Asia Europe Environment Forum. That is a consortium of different organizations. And since 2003, Asia Europe Environment Forum has been working on environmental issues with sustainable development goals. We have taken the approach that environment is overarching theme for everything that is happening and embracing economy and society. So with this in mind, we have been moving forward looking into SDGs. And we work with Stockholm Environment Institute, that I know there's also a speaker in this panel, but Asia Center, not Stockholm office, Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, Hans Seidel Foundation, and Assam Eco Innovation Center, that is Korean organization that is looking into SME eco innovation. And what I wanted to say was mostly related to the research we have done and the correlation of plastic, single-use plastic waste and climate change. And then what we identify as drivers and barriers. So what can be done to make sure that we actually reduce single-use plastic, both usage and waste. And also a little bit what we are doing, because we are working on different topics, not just on environment. We also work on climate change and human rights. And then we have events coming later this year. So I just wanted to say a little bit that, that the research we have conducted was triggered by the fact that we always, as a relatively small project in the sense that it is Asia Europe to cover, but we look for the angle that is not so, like the path that is not so frequently followed. So our idea for this research was triggered by the fact that nobody was really talking that much about single-use plastic reduction. There was a lot of initiatives also in Singapore last year at the Global Forum that companies united and put a lot of funding together to work on recycling and waste management. While if we don't really focus on the root problem, which is the plastic production and plastic usage, and such a usefulness and convenience related with plastic use that is happening, will not be fixed or eliminated without looking into how we actually make things differently. And there is a lot of policies, and then this I'm just showing to give you the gravity, to show you the gravity of the problem. So this was the Plastic and Climate Hidden Cost of Plastic Planner by Center for International Environmental Law, because when we were looking for plastic data, we found that it is very tricky. There is data on marine pollution, there is data on looking into plastic production. There is a little bit of data in some of the countries that actually track the usage. But if you really want to measure how much plastic is contributing to the CO2 and green and global warming, it's really tricky. So that was one of the sources that we found quite interesting when you are comparing like with business as usual, if we will be progressing with existing consumption and reliance on fossil fuels and plastic. We are not going to go into the zero net targets and lowering emissions. So when we look at the study, we wanted to check what can be done and what is already happening. Because we checked, there's OECD made mapping, IGES, which is also our partner, made mapping of what is happening in Asia regarding policies of plastic waste. But we wanted to actually talk to people, and this is very close to my heart, what the speaker before me, I think Jana was saying, that people have to be involved. Civil society in general has to be involved. There is some responsibility on all the parties involved, not just on the government. However, without the mixture of all stakeholders, it would be very tricky to move it forward. So this is the red part is just symbolizing the geographical scope. We are kind of ambitious given the size of our team, but what we decided to do is to have some cases that are working, and then we looked into 104 cases, approximately 2 per country. There's 51 ASEM members, which is like the whole EU, and most of the countries in Asia, plus Australia, plus New Zealand. I mean, Asia-Europe meeting is political body, therefore I say Asia-Europe, but it's actually more continents, but the meeting, like the name is focusing on Asia and Europe. So when we look, like we had this approach that the most desired would be reduce or reuse, then okay, reuse, and then recycle and recover and dispose. In a nutshell, it's 3R extended. And then if you look at the reduction of use, there is at least half of the initiatives that we looked at that actually work very strongly on the reduction of use, and that way contributing to reduction of plastic waste. Some of them on reuse, and then material recycling, and then collection and recovery. But if you think about the global numbers, which is when you have recycling that is single digit, it's really tricky to just rely on recycling and believe that if we just recycle without, as the previous numbers were showing, without actually reducing reliance on plastic, it would be very difficult to have results. And the organizations we looked at were mostly medium-sized organizations. We didn't look at the big corporation, also because it's very difficult to classify what is the origin of the initiative. Because if there is, I don't want to say names, but let's say certain big corporation has a foundation in country X, and then they made one small grant to do something. It's very difficult to say if this should be counted as this country initiative or it is counted as the country of origin initiatives. So unless there was like very clear origin, then we were trying to avoid looking into what big corporations are doing. We wanted to see what people on the ground are doing that have different resources. What do they need to scale up? What do they need to be empowered? Because it's also the level that we find we can operate and make a difference to see. And then the scope was like mostly city level or national level, which is like the geographical impact of the innovation. So for example, how far was the outreach? And some of the organization had international, but in this case, as I mentioned before, it was hardly ever the organization that is looking into global multi-corporational activities. It is more like neighboring countries, more looking into regional scope. And among the entities we interviewed, we had businesses, NGOs, or civil society organizations in order. Other would be, in this case, for example, city that is having public-private partnership, and within this framework, they have initiative. And then mostly recycling company, retailer and distributor, which is like we didn't look into shops. It was mostly like service businesses, restaurants, and the plastic industry company. It would be the companies that are also like delivering packaging, like what do they actually do? Social enterprise and other businesses. And then when you look at activities, the elimination of plastics was quite high in most of it. And then awareness raisings and trainings. And what is interesting, which is also what came across, the biggest impact or the most meaningful impact was among these organizations or businesses that combined what they do with education. And COVID actually helped to increase the impact, in the sense that a lot of awareness raising went online. So this actually synergized efforts and helped certain businesses to extend the scope of the activities. And when we look at the innovations delivered by the studied projects, this I found quite interesting, because most of the innovation came from nonprofits. And then like businesses normally would focus on reduction or recycling, but they would not. I mean, the initiatives we looked at that were longer than 1 year and so on and so forth. The innovation came from nonprofit social organizations. It was also related, for example, with the fact that they didn't have that much funding, so they needed to find alternatives and engage more with the community to make things happen. And as wonderful as it sounds that it is so impactful and so on and so forth, this actually shows the issue, because it's not even about businesses or like civil society. It's like a bit human nature that we like to do what is easier and convenient. And in the times when I was participating in conference in person, I remember certain discussion during coffee breaks that if we ever manage to make sustainability convenient and easy, not that if you are a company based in Singapore and you are importing whatever food from Europe, that you need to invest in packaging, and if you don't want to use plastic, you need to offer alternative, but then a container has to be packed in a certain way, otherwise the goods will be damaged, and so on and so forth. But if it would be the other way, that it would be very difficult and it would require negotiations for a company to actually use plastic at the packaging, because the standard operating procedure would be to use different material, and it will be required during extended period of time from the companies to actually adjust it. And sustainability as a convenience would be default mode, and it would become business as usual, that it is very difficult. Like also somebody mentioned before me that banks are not giving credit anymore to the investments that are relying on fossil fuel subsidies. DBS, which is Singaporean bank, refused was the first bank in Singapore that was further on followed by other banks. That was the bank that refused giving huge loans for the investment in coal power plants in Vietnam, among other investments. They were interested to invest in the wind energy. And then if the country, or because we are talking about multi-million-dollar investments, and of course they cannot cease the operation overnight, but if this is the fault, and if policymakers and civil organizations, but also business operation, try to think and come together and think about solutions that will allow this to be convenient, easy, and smooth. Like world is full of innovation, And it is actually, I'm pretty sure in some instances, not always, or it might be cheaper to brainstorm about innovation, find different solutions, have different approach, and make it convenient. And like kind of fast food of sustainability. If we have this approach, this model that is working and is profitable, and it allows others to understand, and it's convenient and usable, that would be, I would say, very easy for us to move forward with achieving targets. And then when we looked at this implementation drivers and barriers, it is not what I said before, it's like kind of my thoughts based on multiple surveys that we read with different stakeholders. Of course, the issue is funding. Of course, the issue is commitment and technology and capacity building and government regulation and market mechanism. But if you look at this and you think about it, it is always like this situation is very familiar for anything, in the sense that whatever you do, you need to have people that are committed. You need to have some kind of budget. Technology most likely exists. There is maybe some need for capacity building. And here I wouldn't like to actually put at the same level developed countries and developing countries. We are talking totally different level of challenges related to capacity building. But then there's also government regulation, but also something that I don't see much anymore. Maybe it stopped being trending or stopped being keyword, which is related with good governance. And then of course, market mechanism in the end of the days. But companies will not fix problems for us. In the end of the day, we are not able to fix problems for us. Government alone cannot fix problems for us. There's this need for discussion, exchanging idea, but then looking what is actually happening. So we also look like what of these projects can be scaled up. And basically most of this project can be scaled up, multiplied, and so on and so forth. And I am like, and to be frank, most of these projects can be introduced in any country. And I am saying this on the example that one of the first cases when I saw that plastic straws are banned was Lao PDR, Luang Prabang. We went for the workshop talking about SDGs. We went to the random restaurant for dinner at the conference. And then we got bamboo straw. And then I know that now it is also most likely very common in Europe to have different types of straw, but then I was very curious and I investigated how come they have bamboo straw. And then they said, oh, because we don't have waste management, like we don't have any place to throw this away. So if we throw away so much plastic, even though it's cheaper than these bamboo straws, then we just have a waste. And this is tourist city. It was in Luang Prabang. And we want to keep it clean because that way we can operate in a clean environment. So my point is, yes, we are talking big scale solutions, but at the same time, there are so many things that can be done right now, right there, and they will already start make a difference without waiting for other people to do things for us and help us. And for me, Luang Prabang, because we also talked with the communities that do organic farming and so on and so forth, was very interesting case study when there was community-driven innovation and community-driven sustainability project, I would even say that. And nobody gave them money to do that. They just decided that this is something they want to invest in. I mean, tourism now is not the most booming and ideal solution, but at the time that was something that really struck me as a very useful approach. And then when you look at this, like what was in, because this is not my response, this is the response of the organizations. We ask like, what are the potential barriers? Like if you want to scale it up, what do you see as an issue? And I think this, I can give the example of green procurement. For example, if we had global standard on green procurement, what does it mean? Without every country or some of the countries having similar regulations, when you look at Asia, there is no standard of green procurement of any kind. But that one single-handedly, like if you make such a regulation, and even if this is guideline, and then some of the governments introduce it, this already can cut enormous amount of waste. Because we are not talking here about making huge companies changing their ways. We are talking about small organization having impact on national scale, maybe sometimes on the international. What do they need to actually increase the volume of the operation? And then, of course, there is issue of incentive and collaboration, but in most cases, when we are talking with the organization that already thought about it, they don't need further capacity building. They already know that people need to be educated. And we have this enormous potential in every country of the organization that are kind of experts. And if they just have a bit more push, maybe we will reach the tipping point, and suddenly this will be like movement that will move forward. And of course, I'm not like advocating for a global movement on reducing plastic waste, but we have talked about this before, like how much we contribute, how much our office contributes, what are our daily decisions that contribute to certain things. And most of the people at this conference also has enormous influence regarding policy making. So like looking at those things that can be achieved now really makes a difference. And I remember once I talked with one of my colleagues that was working in multiple developing countries when the poverty is unimaginable. And I don't want to use the numbers to talk about poverty. For me, poverty is something that should be gone, like as it is now. And he was saying, yes, all these SDGs, this is all great. Can we do something to make a difference right now? And these organizations already decided they want to make a difference right now, and they're just doing it, not waiting for like a revolution to happen. So maybe this is also something that can be somehow streamlined. And then when we looked at the impacts of COVID-19, actually our research happened when COVID hit. So we found it very difficult because most of the companies and organizations kind of shut down offices. But then what was the positive difference was related with the fact that, I think I mentioned this before, that a lot of initiatives moved online and people become more mindful, which was of course counteracted by, I can give the example of Singapore because we didn't really do follow-up study on this. Like in Singapore, the business of plastic packaging on food delivery is huge, and we are still not back to the office. Everybody is wearing masks, and this is the situation in most of the Asian cities. I am aware that it is not the same in EU, but we are still quite close to what is happening right now. This is why, I mean, this impact of moving towards plastic also was like countermeasured by some of the companies that you can choose that you don't want plastic cutlery, you don't want this, you don't want that, and so on and so forth. And then when we are looking, okay, so what are the solutions? And when we are thinking what we can do as one organization, like ASEF is the organization that has approximately 40 staff that is working on different topics. In general, there is a need for coordination, but also those decisions that are cutting plastic in general. And I think there's one thing that only government can do, only good policy can achieve, which is related with the fact to stop fossil fuel subsidies. I mean, this is something I never understood, like how can we subsidize certain activities that contribute directly to increase of emissions. And then there is this legislation approach to think about the whole life cycle of the product. Like there's so many regulations regarding safety, toxicity, what should be happening. Why don't we just add on one more step? What is the whole life cycle? Like if you buy whatever product, what will happen with this product when it is ceased to exist? Because we are living in the fast economy. Computers are made to last 2 years, phones are made to last 2 years, nobody is repairing stuff. We have the cheap products available everywhere. So what is the solution for that? And then there is always potential to create synergies if there's coordination among supply chains. And here it's also maybe not even national governments, but we have the whole shipping industry that is kind of operating outside of the national policy making. And when we interviewed some of the companies, they said they just cannot change anything, like everything comes in plastic because there is no infrastructure that allows them to pack in something else, and there is no alternative either. And then focus on innovations. I saw there is a lot of hackathons and different types of initiatives that are looking into making solutions happen and design product in a different way. And then I do believe one day we will have this support of the expansion of all these initiatives, and there will be a shift. And in 10 years, we will not be talking the same things. We will be talking something else, and because there would be no problem with the global warming. And I just wanted to invite you all to our events as a promotion. I was asked by organizer to do that, so this is my defense. One is a regional conference on higher education, when we are looking at the inclusive and diverse higher education in Asia and Europe. And I saw a representative of academia and education before, and ASEF is also working on digital inclusion and all these topics that were discussed earlier this morning. And then there's 20th informal ASEM seminar on human rights. This is the only, this project is the only one that is putting Asia and Europe governments together to discuss human rights issues. And it is a dialogue. And as a side event or associated event, there's a training. So normally there's a topic. Actually, next year, human rights seminar will be human rights and climate change, because we also recognize the importance and we are looking forward to work on this. And then I will be doing event later in November this year after the COP, which is focusing on future of food and climate change, when we will be looking at mostly at food systems, food production, and the CO2 emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kristina, for bringing up the really important topic of single-use plastic. Which really drew my attention was that the most innovation came from non-profits. So it made me think that maybe our biggest problem is big budgets. Maybe we should just lower the budget, and then it also nudges us to find the cooperation and the contact with communities. Okay, that was a joke, just in case I will change. So, but we have two more experts here, and I'm glad to ask here Kaja Pettersson, who is the Director of Sustainable Development Program in Stockholm Environmental Institute. And one of the key competencies of Kaja is the public involvement in decision making. So, Kaja, please, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So, hello everyone. I was already so much carried away from the previous speakers that I was not sure whether what I was going to talk about. But probably I think the previous speakers made a very good interventions, and my points that I wanted to draw your attention to very, very much links to some of the issues. I'm going to touch upon the science evidence, the research, the area and the sector that I'm coming from, and how to convey the scientific evidence to the people. Because when we started off yesterday, then there was a statement that we are the people. We very much talk about the public engagement. I also like that this is not participation anymore, but we're talking about the engagement, because this is what we really need. Not just unidirectional information flow, but we want something back. We want people to express their views, their values, and also to develop solutions. When I'm thinking about a typical or idealistic structure of a society, it very much resembles, for me, a normal distribution curve, as you may picturize it in front of you, where you have this 68% in the middle, and then you have those extremes either way on both sides, those 16%. Largely in a society, it's the same way, that you have a bunch of the society of the population that you have to address, I mean, as a politician, as an expert, as an NGO. And you have then the two extremes. One is the 16% that are the champions, I would call, because they take the lead, they move on, they take very quickly on board different new initiatives, new technologies, not so much questioning about what would be the impacts of applying them. And then the other extreme, where you can do what you want, whatever effort you take, how much money you put into, you don't convince them. They are just very conservative, and the scientific evidence will not convince them. So I would put my attention to, or at least in my institute, because our slogan is from science to policy, to this 68 plus 16, which makes up 84% of the population. How to address with the new information, new knowledge, this part of the population, of the society. Having acknowledged that society is not a unified bunch of people, but it's a diverse mixture of individuals, families, communities, organizations, with values, perceptions, expectations, dreams for tomorrow and future in a longer perspective. When we look at the climate change, I think this is very good example, because this is where the beliefs and the scientific evidence have been colliding for a long time. And even with the IPCC reports, and we are going to hear more during the Glasgow meeting, that when the first reports came out, so now we have the sixth report, there were 2,000 scientists, 4,000, 10,000, now we have 40,000. So how much evidence you should have and provide to the society in order to convince that yes, there is a climate change happening, and it's happening now, and probably we are already late. So the truth is somewhere out there, to quote a famous movie, but how to convey it to the people. I have been working in environmental policy research almost 30 years already, and I'm really very happy about that. The work that myself and my colleagues have been doing are now giving some signs of success. What I mean is that the EU policy has a major change. It has become cross-cutting. In the 1990s, when I started my research at the SEI, then we continuously proved that environment is nothing isolated, staying separate, somewhere in the back in a silo, but it has to be incorporated in all other governmental policies and also global policies. And now with the new administration at the EU level, this is happening. The new Green Deal is really urging the governments of EU that the limits of the natural environment should be taken into account when we develop societies and economies. And Gonzalo also showed this planetary boundaries graph. This very much concords with the thinking and with the concept. So this is the wedding cake concept. The Finns showed us that this is a house where the basement is the natural environment, and everything that comes on top should be in balance what the base provides. So this is another way of picturing it. Picturing and visualizing is very important for the people, because this can capture, as we say, thousand words. A picture can show more than that. And this is a question to a larger audience, of course, and to the communication people. When I'm looking at the communication department of my own institute, which is located in all the major continents, in 9 different centers. So the only department that is growing is the communication department. And it has its objective reasons for that, because we need to communicate, and communicate. How to do that? There are no good solutions. So it's more like a case-by-case approach. But definitely the education is the key. But, and the critical thinking, of course, because providing information, the information is enormously out there. Everybody can fetch the one that it's he or she is looking for. And trust the evidence is another thing. How to make people to trust the scientific evidence while the science is developing itself. The knowledge is growing. And this was also very pertinent and very visible with the COVID situation as well. So coming back to the initial, this normal distribution of a society, I would suggest how to convince the people, how to provide them scientific evidence, how to develop critical thinking, and how to bring that into families, individuals, communities, and society as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kaja. So it's really, we have 14,000 scientists who says that we have a climate change. So, and it's really great question. How many scientists do we need to really convince people that we have climate change? And you touched the really important topic about communication, which is really close to my heart. Communication. But we have the last, but Harrison itself has said that it's not least, experts. Harrison Pollack is the environmental attorney who lives in California, and he spent 20 years to can I say, inspire governments to take action and also consider environment as the part of the decision making.
We try to inspire them, but we sue them, is what we really do.
By the way, in Let's Do It, we end up many times that in order to have a positive impact on the environment, we have to break rules or law. So that's really ironic that we have create the laws which actually keep us back
Well, we try as a lawyer to be on the right side of things. I know we say wear the white hat and support the efforts to do the right thing. I'm used to speaking from a podium. I'm going to try this. I wish I had worn my black turtleneck and jeans and could show you what all the cool things my iPhone does. But I will say that even if I were Stephen Jobs, I know that coming as the last speaker or the last panel at the end of a conference, I'm sure that no matter how interesting what I have to say is, you are probably hoping I will be very brief. And so I will do my best to accommodate that. So I come from California, where I was a government attorney. I worked for the state government, and as such, we would enforce California's environmental laws, and we would also work with cities and counties to get them to do the right thing, following laws, adopting policies, and, when necessary, suing the cities and counties, which we can do there as the state, to make sure they're complying with all of the laws. I think when we talk about solutions for climate change in the United States, we took one very important step when we got rid of Donald Trump as president. And yeah, exactly. So unfortunately, though, the idiocy, the lies, the distorting of the truth that people like him represent have not gone away, and we're of course going to have to deal with that going forward. That's not what I'm here to talk about, but my point in California is that even under 4 years of what had been unimaginable environmental policies, California and many other states was able to make tremendous advances and steps forward, in spite of what the federal government was doing. I think one lesson to draw from that, of course, is we need to hold our politicians accountable. And when they are not answerable for their environmental policies, get rid of them. That wasn't the only reason Donald Trump lost, but I think it played a significant role. But the other point the reason I raise that is because it is important to look beyond federal governments, beyond the country's governments, to the local governments. We've talked a lot about, and some of the speakers have mentioned, the importance of citizen engagement. I would also say, let's not forget the role that subnational governments play. And so while we had this terrible federal government in the United States over the last 4 years that would not even join the Paris Accord, states, meanwhile, were making great progress. So I want to just share with you a couple lessons from California, actually a few. One is, don't forget the role that subnational governments play. In the United States, and I know this is true in many places, the federal governments that are signing the Paris Accord, that have signed it, they do not necessarily have the legal authority or ability to meet the obligations they've taken on. It will be the cities, the communities, the states that have to actually decide, where will our electricity come from? Where are we going to have roads? What building materials are required? Those are the measures that will actually result in reduced emissions in order for our federal obligations to be met. So that's the first point. Let's not forget the subnationals. The second point I want to make, and this is as an environmental attorney whose career has been mostly involved in enforcing environmental laws, is make environmental commitments enforceable. And we've heard about, and I completely agree with the first speaker who said, climate needs to be, or I think it was actually Jana, who said, climate needs to be at the beginning of everything. If you're building a new road, we need to start from the perspective of climate. I would add to that and say, climate needs to be the beginning of our consideration, but we need to then add to that or follow that with very specific, measurable requirements. So, to build on building a new road, it's not enough to say we need to consider ways to build our roads infrastructure in a way that reduces greenhouse gas emissions. We need to have enforceable requirements. So, make it a requirement. The asphalt that is used must be light colored so that you have more reflection, not as much heat absorption. We had a lawsuit against a city. They adopted a policy, which is going to sound great to everybody when I tell you what it was. It was all new construction must happen with environmentally sustainable methods. Great, right? I mean, of course. But what does that actually mean? So we and I won't go into the whole, what our legal basis was, but we ended up working with them to define what are the requirements to have construction have fewer impacts. So for example, no diesel-powered construction equipment allowed for new projects. That's something that's consistent. That's really no different than saying sustainable building techniques, but it allows an NGO or a government or whomever to come into a project. If they're not complying with that, if they're using equipment that is run on diesel, they are now out of compliance with the law. You can do something about it. So my point, this second point out of 3, don't worry, there's only one more, but my second point that I want to make is that take the broad commitments and objectives and to the extent possible, turn those into very specific, enforceable measures. Okay, the last point, third point I want to make is the importance of not only putting climate change at the forefront of what we were doing, of climate solutions, but also recognizing the tremendous inequalities that there are between communities and cities and countries in terms of the burdens, the local burdens on these communities from pollution and from the effects of climate change. In California, in the United States, I think actually all over, we refer to this as environmental justice, recognizing the disproportionate impact that that so many of our practices have had on certain communities. Now, traditionally, environmental justice comes up when you talk about where are dirty things located. So, if you go into a city, you look at where are the polluters, where are the factories. For reasons I won't go into, but I'm sure many people, we can all imagine, they're often in poorer neighborhoods. And so one goal of environmental justice is to address those inequalities. But as relates to this conference or to this topic of climate change, environmental justice is so important for several reasons. One is that greenhouse gases and the impact they have on the climate, they have local sources, but it's a global impact. And so if we in California, or I'll be even more specific, if we you take a wealthy city like San Francisco, if it adopts all these great policies, no plastic bags, no, whatever it might be in San Francisco, but the result is that the plastic bags that might have been sold in San Francisco are now shipped off to another city or another country. The same, we heard about plastics. You have just as much plastic being produced, but being used elsewhere. We haven't done anything to fight climate change. So that's one reason why environmental justice is important. We have to look at the impacts of what are very smart and well-intentioned policies, what the impacts those will have on other community or on all communities. The second reason it's so important, I think, to consider environmental justice is that we already are suffering the impacts of climate change. And often those impacts are being felt in disadvantaged communities. We are only going to manage to overcome this crisis or to meet the fight ahead and to adopt meaningful solutions if we have resilient communities that are in fact able to withstand and adapt to the changes that we're already experiencing and we will continue to experience. Now in California, we have a law, it's called SB 1000. And what this does is it requires cities and counties every 5 to 10 years, when there's another rule that says every 5 to 10 years, cities or counties need to update their plan. It's the blueprint for development, essentially, called the general plan. Now, when cities or counties update their general plan, which they must do, they have to have an environmental justice element, or they need to consider environmental justice in their existing elements. I'm not going to get into, because I know we're running short on time, how exactly that works, but it requires that part of that whenever a city is going to talk about climate change and what is our blueprint for tackling climate change in the near term and in the long term, they cannot do that without also saying, and what about environmental justice? So, when that means designing walkable neighborhoods, designing new roads, whatever, you have to consider will that have a disproportionate impact on certain communities? And if it will, what will we do about it? And this law requires not only that cities think about these issues, they have to adopt specific measures that are then enforceable. And I would just urge that as we think about what are solutions to climate change, we also keep that in mind, the importance of these environmental justice considerations. Yeah, actually, I think what I'll do is I'll stop there. I'm not sure if we're going to be breaking up or not, but thank you.
Thank you, Harrison. So, take a seat. Thank you very much to bringing the new angle to that topic. So it's really, really important. So we are kind of like running out of the time. So I just ask only one question here in the panel, and then I still want to give you also opportunity to speak the panelists in the round tables. But really prepare, because you have really a short time to speak with them. Then just shoot all your ideas and the thoughts. But for the preparation, I will ask first one question by myself. So the main question, so we started about taking action and how to deep the cooperation between civil society, government, and businesses. So what are the key obstacles why we can't cooperate? So what do you think, where we should start, or what is the key issue? So please, Eddie.
I think we should start by mutual comprehension. We talked about it earlier at the lunch table, but I think oftentimes we go into discussions between the different interest groups, the government, maybe the local government, the NGOs, the people, without understanding what are the limits and constraints of the other side. And hence, we also have hard time to find common ground. So let's start by getting to know each other, how we function, especially in the framework of COP. It's super important that NGOs understand how the state-level negotiations work and what are the limits to what can be achieved so that they can contribute better. They can give a better input that's actually going to help us move forward faster and better.
Thank you very much. So, who wants to be next?
Well,
Harrison.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Harrison, please.
Okay. Yeah, just going back to this law, SB 1000 in environmental justice, this is a very concrete thing, but one of the objectives of that law is to increase the engagement of these people in disadvantaged communities who typically have not been part of the political process. Well, there is one rule there is that when you're having public meetings, which you must, to discuss the environmental justice element, you have to go to the communities and have the meetings there. That's something, it's not a very lofty idea, it's something very practical, but just something as simple as holding a meeting in the community as opposed to in the city hall can have a huge difference in terms of public engagement.
So, Jana, please.
I fully support what, can you hear?
Yes.
I fully support what Kati said, because that's what I feel also very often. I mean, speaking from the European perspective is that there's a lot of criticism towards why did the Commission didn't do that, and But it's very few understand that even now, this quite very important proposals, legislative proposals, what we made now in July, this Fit for 55 package, this is only the proposal. So the Commission's role is to give incentives, to make proposals. And those are now negotiated between the member states who can have very different interests depending on their situation. We have countries who have, for example, no forests at all. Then we have countries like Estonia, Nordic countries, who have very specific interests in biomass and forests. So all those, they sit around the big table and have to negotiate compromises. And it's such a wonder every time I think that they find a compromise. And when we criticize from the national level, I think it's important to bear in mind that those are compromises that are made on the European level. And what I would like to add to Kati is that about this cooperation, that we all have to be aware that when we go to these negotiations, I mean also on the practical level between us or between civil societies, we have to be aware that we can't, maybe nobody can't achieve 100% of what he wants. That's what I have sometimes the impression also in the national debate in Estonia, that we have on one side the environmentalists and then we have the other side of industry. And both sides are pushing for the 100% and there is no common ground at all. So everybody has to make compromises. At least that what I've learned during all my career, I worked in Brussels. It's all about compromises. It's all about arguments, about explaining their own views, but then also being willing to achieve a compromise on that issue.
Yeah, we are not against, but we are for. So we are doing it together, right? Okay, Kaja, please.
Yes, just following up what Jana was saying in her presentation or in her intervention, was that there should be also when we're talking about the decision makers, businesses and let's say local people, local communities, that there should be also a shared view how the community or the people will benefit from this development, and because and increasingly when I'm following the impact assessment academic literature, it says that this is already like a human rights. It's about human rights, that if you are pushed out of your home or you are not compensated for those inconveniences that you have to bear because of the wind parks or the mines or whatever other installations. So the businesses should first think how to provide those compensation packages and how to get the local people involved. Of course, the local governments have also a very important role to play there, because they are like the intermediators of the local people and the businesses. This understanding and the different mechanisms, and even what Harrison was pointing, that there is a difference whether it's in a city hall meeting or you go out in the field and talk with the people in the field. So there are different mechanisms and methods to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaja. Gonzalo.
Hello. Hola. Yeah?
Yes?
I believe that we can start our recognition of that the problem is a systemic problem. And that we do not have to demonize any part of all the actors in the society, because we are all responsible for in the situation we are right on. And I like to remember a phrase of an Italian philosopher. His name is Giorgio Agamben. And he said that perhaps is it true that when the building is on fire, you are able to see the structural problem of the building. And once you see the structural problem, you are much more predisposed to solve the problem. And I guess that today, literally, all the world is on fire. So
even if the situation is very, very bad, we have a lot of information to see what are the structural problems and to realize that the only way to change this is working together under the consciousness that the problematic is a systemic problematic. So perhaps with this approach, we'll be able to sit in the same table, businessmen, public sector, civil society, original people, and many others.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Kristina, would you also like to give your thoughts?
Yes, thank you. I would like to say something that maybe will make me very unpopular, but as I'm participating online, I'm ready to handle this. How to connect governments, civil society, and all the parties, bring them together. Start with inviting them. Because I participated in so many meetings organized by UN, by this ministry, that ministry. The advantage of being part of the political process is also the advantage of participation. And the door were open for me just because I am this intergovernmental organization representative, and then we have a seat in most of the discussion. But so often there's discussion about business, what business should do without business, about what government should do without government, and so on and so forth. And COP itself is the perfect example that also changing the rules of engagement, how it happened with Talanoa Dialogue, might change everything. And I agree very much with the previous speaker regarding the systemic issue. Invite them and create rules of engagement, because it has to be clear that they are invited, but what is the discussion, what is expected, and what is the outcomes. And I know this is very basic, but it's not happening. I do not see this happening. And maybe it is different with the closer collaboration. I mean, this event is very specific, the geographical scope. From what I've seen, there is a lot of regional connection, collaboration, willing to collaborate, participate, and so on and so forth. But the bigger is the problem, the bigger is the number of stakeholders, the more complicated it is. And I do not have solution how to make it work, but there is a need to create a proper channels that is not NGOs that 50 years ago were associated with ECOSOC or registered here and there. And since many years, the same one person I keep seeing for 10 years, representing this movement or that movement. I mean, it requires a little bit fresh air, and the online participation allows everybody to be included. And we talk so much about the inclusion. So this is also something to rethink, like if you want the voice of all the stakeholders, what are you going to do about it? Because if you ask them for opinion and you just ignore it, it will create a lot of resentment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let's shoot. So, dear panelists, please choose one table, and you have 5 minutes to listen all the thoughts in the tables. Now is a big challenge, but the climate battle is not a smaller one. So, 5 minutes to share the thoughts in the tables about this topic. So now you have 30 minutes to wrap up, and then I ask panelists to come to the stage again. Please come to the stage again. Said päris mitu mõtet. Kuule hästi kiiresti. Dear panelists, experts, please come on the stage. So did you feel the feeling of urgency? Yeah? Please keep it here, because we must feel the feeling of urgency, because this is exactly about the climate change. So we're missing Janne, and we're missing Gonzalo. Huh? Yeah, but already let's start. So Harrison,
Okay.
what did you hear during this short period of time?
Okay. Well, sure. Well, our conversation, it was very abbreviated, but I think two interesting points were made that I'll report back. One was the question I had raised Donald Trump, and one of the things we saw under his administration was the direct access that private companies and corporations had to the government. And so the question was, or the observation was, as long as companies have so much influence over governments, should we really trust governments to solve the climate crisis? I hope I accurately conveyed that point, but sort of similar to the military-industrial complex that we've seen previously, we now have sort of this climate-industrial complex. That was one point. The other point was I talked about we have climate justice, ecological justice. We need to remember environmental justice, looking at inequities and addressing those. But really, we need to think even bigger and really address social justice and just not parse out these different areas. If you focus only on, for example, climate justice, there might be a great policy that gets adopted, or a law that gets adopted that advances the climate, but at the same time, there's something stuck in there that's really going to have a negative impact on workers or on others. And so we need to look at everything through this broad lens of social justice and not narrow lenses. And I hope I accurately conveyed what we discussed in our brief time.
Thank you very much,
you.
Harrison. So, Kaja, please.
So probably inspired by you, Harrison, because the first item or the topic that was expressed was about that to make environmental laws enforceable, implementable, and and in order to take climate change into account and make decision makers accountable for that. And secondly, we're briefly touching upon that the cornerstone of market economy, which is to consume. The GDP is much based on the consumption level, but we would like to reverse it. How to do that? This is a key question. This is a change in the mindset. And thirdly, we were talking about how to make people aware and how to implement the recycling possibilities. That in some local governments, the opportunities seem to be rather limited. And there was an example that, yes, in Tallinn and in other cities, it's rather well organized, but yeah, much improvement is still to be done here in this region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kaja. So, Jane, can you also share what was the topic in your roundtable?
So 5 minutes is really like a championship, no?
Yeah, it is. So we are practicing the battle of climate change.
Yeah, maybe it's the right approach, because then you can create some ideas in a very short time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I would bring out 2 points what we discussed. The first question somebody put around the table was the concept of degrowth, whether it's really sufficient to have a green economy, because it will be not enough for limiting that CO2 emissions and halting climate change, whether we should do something much more radical, what is degrowth. We discussed a little bit whether it's realistic, or whether it would be, or it is, whether it is much more realistic. What, for example, European Union is trying to do is that we try to decouple use of resources from GDP growth. Mm-hmm. Whether it's something that is rather achievable and rather understandable for the majority of people. So that was the one point. And the second question was whether it really has an impact in the world when we do something in this idealistic Europe here. We create solutions which are probably, for a rather short circle of people in this big world. And indeed, Europe is very small when we consider that we really have only 10% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the world. But in the globalized world, we are very dependent of each other. So the hope is that it will jump over to other regions and states. And the other thing, what we know is the innovators win. Who go first, they will also be served first. Mm-hmm. So this is also what the Estonian President Kaljulaid has said on several occasions. So there's really something in what we should think about it. Mm-hmm. So that was the second point.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Jane. So,
yes, at our table, we actually talked about something very similar to what Harrison's table talked about, it seems to me. Should we really leave our trust for climate change, to solving the climate change, only to states? And I think we came to kind of the same conclusion, we shouldn't leave it only to states. And then we were thinking about the ways in which other actors could take their role, play their part. And the fact that actually subnational government level can be more ambitious sometimes than the state level. So they can take a lead. But then there's the question of how do you provide as a state the framework to allow for those national champions on a local level to rise and take their role, and also in a more more kind of a climate activist point of view is how do you use the international conventions and the goals and the agreements that the state has made in order to push the state to respect to what it's agreed to achieve, right? So we're talking about the Aarhus Convention, for example, that says that the governments need the states, the 40-something states that have joined the convention, the governments need to engage the society when they take positions and decisions. So that's something to have always in the back of your head as a policymaker. Have I taken all the points of view into consideration in what we're doing? And does this framework that we're creating give a growth ground for innovators?
Very good. I just want to use the possibility. You know, Harrison pointed out that can we trust the governments if they are influenced by businesses? But you had really great idea how to empower people inside of businesses in order to start the sustainability inside of the businesses. Can you just say in 2 sentences what you did in France?
Yeah, so I mean, my point is that we spend most of our times at work, right? So this is where we should do our pro-climate actions as well, probably. And people oftentimes are intimidated inside of a company or an organization. It's quite hard to go with kind of political views to say, I care about climate change, let's change something inside of the company. Because the definition of a company is to serve the profit of the shareholders, right? At least in most companies today. So in France, I've been thinking with a group of people and working towards helping workers to take action for transforming companies for more sustainable solutions from the inside, and kind of with a bottom-up solution. It doesn't have to come from the management. Each and every one of us as a worker can make the change.
Mm-hmm. Very good. That was really great best practice. Thank you very much, Kadi. So, and last and not least, Gonzalo.
We were sharing the same table with Hanne, so I have no more to add, but
okay.
Just to take advantage of this minute. I want to share with all, considering this debate in terms of the growth and the degrowth. Once a time ago, I heard a phrase, a very heavy phrase, but I think it is very useful to think. In an international conference, the president of my organization said, just to growth is the philosophy of cancer. It's very heavy, but this idea, it's incredible, because think in something that just want to grow only for growing. This is cancer. Mm-hmm. So I guess it's a good idea just to think how we measure our growing and how we can rethink the way we define the progress and the development. Yeah. It must be a totally different way, completely decoupled from the consumer of resources, but also much more related to, I believe, spiritual things or different kinds. In this field, we can really grow infinitely, but in this field. In the other, it's impossible. And if you try to consume, trying to increase your GDP, the only things you are doing is accelerating the end by thermodynamical laws. It's physics, no more than physics. Mm. So I guess it's a nice idea just to think. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. You get what you measure, always. You get what you measure. So, yeah, our time is absolutely up already. So I'm sorry for that we were over time. That was really great panel discussion, and I personally would like to continue for hours. But just I want to bring out some really great ideas. Climate as a starting point. I think this is the one thing. And if we don't act now, then after some years we have just a possibility to just adapt to the climate change. And the real implementation is always by people. So let's act. And the worst thing what we can do is to think that the other people are responsible for the solution. We have to act by ourselves. And yeah, we have to leave our comfort zones. We have to realize that the life what we used to live is now over, and let's create as soon as possible the new way of living. So the era of competition is over, and let's welcome to the era of cooperation. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much, panelists. You are really amazing. So let's do it.
Thank you very much, Anneli, and thank you to all the speakers, the experts for this insightful presentation and discussion. So now we have the two groups continue working. We have the group on the Tallinn Declaration. That group will remain here in this room. And the one working on the Citizens Action Plan will meet downstairs. I think that was also the case yesterday. So other than that, I think, Vasily, what time are we leaving later? Okay, and then we all meet downstairs at 5:10 to depart for the museum visit. Thank you very much.